to that machine.
No, you can't go on now. Somebody's doing his stuff.
I can't aim, Professor, or you'll just watch me.
Bread.
Let me to that machine. No, you can't go on now. Somebody's doing his stuff.
I can't aim, Professor, or you'll just watch me.
More than 70 million people in the United States go to the movies each week to get away from their cares and to find entertainment, romance, and thrills on the magic screen.
but I'll never cheat. Loving isn't easy, baby. Love is for keepers, and I will hold on to you. Will hold on to you. Will hold on to you. Will hold on to you.
To enjoy the clear, cold days of winter when the earth is buried under its glistening blanket of snow.
Okay. So starting off, I had done a lot less prep than I should have for like actually trying this. Because anyone who's been around for streams off of my PS3 has probably heard me complain about having to scrape the input, do a bunch of things, run it through a splitter because the output's encrypted. the thing is, so are PS4s and PS5s. The difference is you can just turn that off in the PS5 menu. I forgot to do that, and I'm like, huh, why isn't this working? This should be occurring. And then I'm like, oh, right. I have to go in, unattach it from my capture card, which turns out that thing turning on is what crashes everything connected to stream. Never knew that. Figured it out. Absolutely wild. And reconnected to my TV, go to settings and change it. But yeah, we're starting with EDF 4.1, and as you can see from the timer up there, we're just going to try to go until that reaches 0. We'll see how long that happens. Also, take a guess at which class in this game is my absolute favorite. The answer is Ranger. Because I think, yeah, Wing Diver has 1,000 HP. Air Raider has 6... Wait, how does that work out? Wing Diver... Fencer has 13... So the way it works is that, just a quick overview of classes before... Actually, wait, first things first. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Cass, Rosso, and Botanic. Thanks for getting first, second, and third before I got the freaking bot up at all. Welcome in. I hope that you're all having good days and that everything's going well. Increase timer 1 half. Unfortunately, this isn't uncapped. This is just, we are trying to beat 4.1 and 5 with every class on normal difficulty before we end. And took a look at the time to beat. I might have overestimated what I'm able to do with this. Like, it's going to help because I've played 4.1 a bunch. So, like, I have level... Actually... Fencer's weird. Fencer's actually the weakest in terms of level. Like, everything else has level 40 or something because I play on higher difficulties to unlock stuff through the skin of my teeth. But yeah, just through a basic class. Wing Divers have a jetpack, and actually no, I'm just going to go. And I think I said that the first one I'm going for, because I have an order in for which ones I know I can do without brain dead, and which ones I need to focus. So we're starting with Air Raider, which their gimmick is that their support. Several, especially Fencer's weapons and anything that has lock on, they have weapons to increase that. They can call in satellite weapons, gunship runs, bombing plans, artillery, drop down support things that increase defense, attack. I think this one... Oh yeah, this one just, you fire things and try to hit it on a Wing Diver and their battery charge increases. They have the turret guns that I used to be on Ranger in earlier ones, and you know, might be worth taking a look at again, but their primary attacks absolutely suck because all of their other stuff is absolutely insane. Like Walking Fortress Balam, that is a stands over 50 meters tall. The problem is that I'm not entirely sure which one is good, which one's not, because it's been a while since I played all this. I keep hearing it say Air Raiders. Yeah, it's trying to say Air Raider for the description, but it's either or. I think we're going to go Olympic Gun, Spritefall, and Velveeta. All right. Oh yeah, the furthest I've beat. So there's 89 levels on this. Furthest I've gotten for Air Raider is 45, and that's not even all of them. I completely skipped level 30. So, needless to say, if anyone has arachnophobia or any fear of insects, please get the fuck out right now. I'm not even kidding. This game is absolutely awful when it comes to anything, because there's the enemy. They're all this entire game is just an absolutely massive fest of B-movie monsters. Those are bugs. Yep. Very icky, but fortunately, the fun thing of Air Raider is they get mech suits. They don't have to engage with this like every other class. Oh, that's just completely linear. And don't ask about how the Earth Defense Force has developed bendy light somehow. Their technology is their own and nobody understands it. Not even them. Ow. Who shot me in the ass? We're already starting off quick with friendly fire. Yeah. The main... I don't know, this has always been like a great head empty game for me because it's very simple. You have a whole lot of enemies. Oh, I stuck him. Wait. No, that's not how you... How do you blow the... Oh, that's how you blow these things up. I have a whole bunch of enemies, a whole bunch of stupid guns, and my absolute favorite thing, every building's destructible. It is absolute perfect head empty stupidity. Shoot. Which can be very helpful when you're in a big stompy Oh, right. I forgot I can fly. I can just do that. Oh shit, they're behind me. This is 100% easier to just get out and deal with anything behind you because these things cannot turn. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a good morning, and everyone who is in, if you got like the day off or nothing planned, then hope you at least have a fun day of resting and relaxing, because for whoever said when they started like the whole it's cast the whole get to bed early and then wake up ridiculously ridiculously early. Yeah, I had that too. I'm like, all right, I'm going to be up for a long time. I'm going to want to make sure I'm well rested and everything that entails. I'm going to bed early, 9 o'clock, taking one thing of melatonin, because 2 is going to make me drowsy in the morning, but 1, that should be enough for me to just knock out and stay asleep. I woke up at 1 a.m., could not get back to sleep, and just kind of laid there for multiple hours, because I'm like, I ain't getting up this early. I know how this works. This is a trap and deceiver. Like, of course. And the other thing is that it's always the days where you don't have work, where you're like magically able to wake up so much earlier. It makes you wonder if, like, why? Why is it like that? Is it just... Oh, I love the panic of the fact that I'm not supposed to have access to the sprite fall. And they're like, hey, somebody's accessing this and they should not be. Help. Alright. So the best, okay, side tangent, but the best thing they've ever added in between 5 and this one is the ability for classes like Air Raider and Ranger to sprint, because god damn, I forgot how awkward rolling is. We got a couple more rockets. We can use this until there's nothing left. Wait, babe, power roll. That was a tank. Okay, that was just a bad show. Okay, it's just something that your body just knows. Your body knows when what it has to look forward to in the morning is going to be absolutely awful and feel like a waste of time and sap all your energy, and it refuses to wake up. When it's something fun you're looking forward to, then suddenly you can just wake up. It's the absolute most annoying thing, and I really hope that it... Oh, dang it, I didn't mean to reload. I meant to blow those up. Nope. Alright. My absolute favorite thing to do with the Limpet Launcher is that I have been able to get it where it's close but not quite, and airburst detonate it to kill a bug. Absolute favorite thing. Right, I completely forgot. Because I'm using level whatever, the way that the weapon selection is basically a gotcha. You have every crate you get is a random roll of level 0 to to whatever the mission max is. I think in the early ones it's practically level 0 to like 5, and we'll act as like mobile artillery for now. Oh shoot, we actually got some. Wait, this thing has this thing has range. Oh, shipping crate, hello. And there is absolutely no like gating or guarantees. It's just, what is with this rocket launcher? I'm gonna swap out for a tank or something on this. The Velveeta does not feel right. But you have like a very wide range that you can end up getting items for, and that usually isn't useful because there's also no guarantee that what you get isn't going to be a repeat or something not really useful. Where are they? We're doing some demolition work. It's so much easier to get like a straight look at what you're firing, because bugs can climb. You can't, man. Right? It's so annoying to like get. Oop. Opa. Ops. Oops. Yeah. Honestly, the early morning, I'm pretty sure early morning bread and late night regular stream time bread is about the same level of coherency, so I feel that. Early morning Rosso can't touch. That's okay. We're just vibing here. We're doing whatever. About half of the rambling I'm doing is just regular, but with the idea of we have a very long time, and oh god, you cannot see that timer. That was, I really didn't think this through, but is that like 23 minutes? Well, we barely started. We're at like a half hour. Also, hang on, can I turn on subtitles? Skip cutscene. There's cutscenes? I love how fencers have their own controls, because that's absolutely no. Yeah, no, there's no cuts. There's a story going on in the background, but like it doesn't matter, and I haven't cared since my first loop. When you say can't be around cats, but they're so yeah, no, that's so rough. The cats are extremely cute, but there's so many. I feel like so many people have some sort of allergy or the like to them, or some reason or something that makes being around them hard. Because my family, my parents have a cat and they're trying their best to keep her indoors, away from like allergens, and make her as hypoallergenic as they can, because some family members are allergic, but also are the same thing of like they want to play with a kitty. I should probably adjust this in settings, but but I feel like the sensitive. Actually, yeah. Can I? Down. No vibrations, camera effects, change controls. Huh. It might not be here, but that's going to be a learning curve because the controls feel sensitive. Okay, how many? I think there's one more frame to this. So before 5 and 6 came out, I used to know. Okay, yeah, that was it. But I used to know that each level is essentially. I really love how they do this, because this series started as a budget title. There's essentially like only 5 maps, but they're large enough that each level is just starting you in a different place. All right, let's swap out from
Air Raiders can
rocket.
equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
3 fire warrior, combat burner, canister shot, heavy cannon. How much? Okay, it's like 4 levels better. The Balam is cool, but kind of useless. Helicopters are an option, but that's multiple seats. I feel like a yeah, let's go for the Giganticus. That seems like a safe bet. Master Wing Warguard. Alright, I should probably also start a sticky note of what level I'm on for each of these, but fortunately it defaults to... Oh! I should also remember that I can just call down that, and Air Raiders is a little bit weird in the fact that in order to get their fun stuff, you have to get a large enough amount of kills. Like, every kill you get increases the reload gauge for like sprite fall and your vehicle, which can be absolutely great, as like a lot of tanks and the like can in fact get enough kills to cover their own costs. But when you're trying to fight on your own with like the sprite fall and the Olympic gun and whatever artillery you've packed, it can be a little bit. You can easily get yourself in a bind if you don't have the necessary ability to get kills. Like, given that sprite fall and a lot of their more damaging attacks are just things that you can equip instead of like a personal defense weapon, it is 100% possible to soft lock yourself and make a level unbeatable as an Air Raider, because you just need to equip all of your slots with point recharge vehicles or things, end up in a difficulty or level where your squad gets completely wiped by the enemy, and use all of your charges either I think the proper way to soft block it is do it yourself and know exactly what you're doing, but do it anyway. But the more possible thing for gameplay is with expensive enough items, especially things that don't... Oh, that was an overshot. That don't naturally recharge themselves, to just not get enough kills for it. So I know several of the nicer vehicles. I know the Blom for sure. I think a couple of the larger helicopters and like multi-seat tanks, that those, if you don't start with enough to summon them. So actually, maybe it's possible to start being unable to do anything and have to rely on either AI squad mates, which are kind of meh, being completely honest. Ah, dang it. Thought I got the canister on him. Or just kind of hope. But yeah, if anyone wants context for what's going on, is that this game's a sequel to the... is actually one of the few ones that is a direct sequel, but it's a sequel to... well, technically, yeah. 4.1's weird, because the naming convention of calling it 4.1 actually just makes perfect sense. Like, it... especially with the knowledge of like how the series was named for the Japan releases, because EDF 4.1 is an updated re-release of 2025, which was called 4 in Japan, which is a sequel, although largely, practically speaking, a remake of 2017, with a lot of similar mission structures, enemies, and all the like, but just with more class options and a fresh coat of paint slapped on. Oh, I'm out of shots. Which that, largely the same thing from Monster Attack, which is the PS2 budget game that did surprisingly well. Which I also love the fact that this series started unapologetically as part of just a series of titles called, I forget what it was, what the Japanese name is, but it like translates out to Budget 2000 series, because they were all titles that were meant to be sold for 2,000 yen. Like, they were cheap. I should have called it a new tank. I know the other one that was in that series was Robot Alchemic Drive, which, from what I've seen people play, also jank as hell, also hilarious. Oh, hey, wing divers. Nice, we'll get to them. Just to make sure I don't accidentally... definitely, oh wait. God, these things are tough. Okay, who's yelling? Woke up like, why so early, Brent? Then I saw the title. Yeah, we're dope. Yeah, this is a... Also, welcome in, Mecha. How are you? Oh, wait, Makara. Sorry, I saw the yellow and the M, and I'm like, that's usually Mecha. But I said, I'm sorry. There was associations. But yeah, as part of a donathon I was helping with, I made the questionable decision to say, yeah, if we meet our goal as a stretch goal, I'll totally try to play EDF 4.1 and 5 in one sitting on all classes. And then the goal was actually met. I was not expecting that to happen. I forget that sometimes that can actually happen with good organization. And the tough talk that I said had to actually be called out. Godspeed. Yeah, I'm thinking my initial plan of getting through... Oh, I accidentally blew up a lot of women. My initial plan of getting through the entire thing or both games in 24 hours might not happen because there's a lot of game. I think that the total mission time for everything is like, or not time, but there's like 800 missions between 5 and 4.1, so it might just be I attempt to do 4.1. Yeah, I did not think this one out. Also, hey Syphils, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good morning.
Contact has been broken with Wing Diver 4.
Oh.
Looks like something happened.
Wait.
Head to the scene.
What? Tank? Okay, tank controls are so weird in this game. Because I know for a fact, some games, some item, or some vehicles, if you reverse, you have to do, like, to reverse and, like, turn left, you have to put the stick to the right. But in some, you don't have to, it's weird. Just woke up a bit ago, getting over the trauma of waking up. God, I feel that. Waking up is one of the worst things that ever happened for anyone involved. Okay, I know what this one is. Let's go
Air Raiders can
for
equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
400. Yep. Is there anything? What's the? Oh, that's the level 0 one. High-speed missile group. 15 small missiles. Layers lock must be maintained until the missiles hit, which makes participating. However, the target location can be changed on the fly. Let's do large coastal missiles. Because this one is like easiest to do early Inferno farming. Def hop in here and there to say hello and see if you're still sane-ish. Sanity is already leaving quickly, but I do appreciate it. And like, no, I never feel like there's a oh, that's going to be awkward if you've thrown off my aim. But like, there's never a requirement to show up, but I do appreciate anyone who pops in. Like, this is 24-hour stream, so it's going to be whenever anyone has time or want to, they can just kind of show up. Okay, is that missile coming? How long is this? Oh, there it is. Okay. The coastal missile is good, but it takes... Alright, let's see if we can, like... Don't worry, they were, I don't want to say unimportant, but they kind of were. Oh, wait, I can just do this with the... Okay, we're not interested in... This game is so fun. 24 hours got you... Yeah, play actually, just come in and harass me. Where'd that tank... Oh, there's that tank. I fully encourage it. But yeah, no, EDF is a whole lot of fun. I will admit that 4.1 is about as jank as...
Look, violence is never the answer. It's the solution.
No worries, I can barely read, and most of the times whenever someone points out, like, oh shoot, I made an awful typo, I have to reread it several times, say like, where did I... Oh, there it is. I see. But yeah, no, this game is a whole lot of fun. Like, yes, it's head empty. Yes, 4.1. Thanks for that, slaps. 4.1 is the same amount of jank as 2017, one of the original titles of the series on like Xbox 360. And it is 100%. I recommend people check out like 5 or 6 to get into the game, because 5 added a whole bunch of really nice features. Like, in 5, you have the ability to run, so you don't have to roll everywhere.
Look, violence is never the answer. It's the solution.
That is just this game in a nutshell, honestly. That's the best thing I can say about it. Just go cause more violence. It'll be good for you.
Choose loadout.
That does a lot of damage, but I don't think I need that many. Bombing plan. Signal attackers are always circling the skies above where their marker hits. Automatic one. So that's like a warthog. Since penetrating enemy armor is general goal. The attack area is quite small. So that's precision. Thanks for the knife throw and the flood. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep with the satellite laser. That honestly feels like the better option. This one... Yeah, no, that's a better option here. The amount I've played, I was playing some missions in 5 to, like, partially to see, like, how much of this do I remember, and several things for 6. But I'm like, how much do I remember? And I don't really remember this. This game, it's just 100%, oh yes, I have been here before. But yeah, no, I highly recommend this game, especially starting with, like, 5. I like the vibe and story of... Oh, that's going to be... Oh, no, it bounces, it bounces. We're good, we're good. And, like, there's nostalgia for this, but 5 is definitely the better experience. Like, they've rehandled how weapons and the like are... how, like, stats are done, how weapon drops occur. There's actually a minimum. In this game, you can be on, like, a mission that drops level 60 or 70 gear, but you still can get level 0 stuff, because there's just no minimum gear. Oh, hey, Wibbles! Thanks for the butter. Hope you're doing well this morning. Thanks for coming in. I also did something with the channel point redeems that they have it like emotes where you can put in several different sizes of emotes for, like, better scaling. And I set it so that it's not all different images. So, like, the smallest resolution should be, I think, or should be different than the middle one, which is the heart, which is different than the largest one, and we're hitting the sprite fall. Oh, wait, that's interesting. I'm not sure if people can hear, like, the in-game voices over me, but the first couple of missions, there was absolute panic from the operator when I used the sprite fall. This time, now that the war's, like, ramped up a little bit, it's instead very professional, request received, manually correcting for error. Which I do love how there's a little bit of change. Every point of dialogue in this game is either over the top or fails to be over the top, and I love it for that. Also, where has this tank been all my life? Being able to one-shot Retaria? Like, I know that this is a higher level weapon that I have gone back and specifically gotten before I should, but... so nice. So nice to be effective against stuff. Oh, got him. Screw you. And take him? No. Got another one for you. Let's try that again. Oh, no, never mind. She's still as panicked when you do the sprite fall as normal. Just not when firing. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is the same sort of genre as game as, like, Left... Oh, I'm out of ammo. Like Left 4 Dead. Of, like, there's... It's like a horde shooter. Yeah, that sort of genre. No, wait. This game, Helldivers 1 and 2, and anything involving Warhammer 40k's Imperial Guard. All the same genre of game. Of just, there's a whole lot of things. Individually, they're all extremely weak. However, the lowest you'll ever see these together is in like the hundreds. You will have to be prepared for this, and I wish you the best of luck. Alright. Now for the next annoying thing.
Aerators can equip 2 weapons and 1
where
vehicle.
is it? Depth Crawler 2.
Choose
Uh,
Aerators can equip 2
I
weapons
think the
and 1 vehicle.
best use is the Zergun.
Select a mission.
Because the next mission is underground.
Select
And
a
cave missions are...
Turn on your helmet lights.
they're annoying.
The underground entrance is
There's
supposed to be in
honestly not really many other ways to say it.
alone. They will continue to
They're a bit of a pain. That, especially as... I mean, the big problem is that with most classes... got him. You don't have... Hey, Marasek, hope you're having a good day this morning. Welcome in. We are just trying to go for a 24-hour stream of this, and we'll see what fails first. The enemy or my sanity. Probably my sanity, but we can keep going a little bit without that. Yeah, what I was saying with the aerators are really annoying underground because it reduces what they can call in. Because every other mission, all their vehicles just show up via airdrop. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Glad you liked what you're seeing. And the specific issue down here is
crawlers can light up the area for you.
I'm gonna wait a bit till I'm.
For depth crawlers to
Now
support
we're-
the assault unit.
Now we're going to do it now. Depth crawlers just kind of show up. Like they're one of the few things that can get down here. And however, there's more stupidity. Welcome back. Who got third? I think you did. You all did. You all redeemed third before I had the bot set up. So wait, what? Okay, I have no idea how to control this thing. Is there... So I can jump. I can cling to the walls like a spider. What is going on in this game? Absolute chaos. This is the best way to describe EDF is that it's... Okay. Is that... Oh, shoot. I can do that? The heck? It's every B movie at once that you can imagine. Okay, what? Wait, I did use Gatling gun ammo somehow. So we have the Earth being invaded by alien giant insects, which we are doing our best to try to fight off, but our tactics are B-movie level of just run in and fight. So we're watching and play this game is slightly nostalgic. Not at all. Not at all, and I'll get to that after the explanation. So you just... Dang it, I keep on forgetting that this has a scuttle button. Sniper cannon, heavy shotgun. No idea how... I'm assuming it's like an auto Gatling. Actually, this thing's kind of sweet. Or... like it's on a... Yeah, no, I have zero clue how to swap off to the chain gun, which minor issue. That's what I'd like to use, because I am rapidly losing ammo. But yeah, it's just B-movie horde shooter madness. Oh, Kuna the 18-tailed Kitsune, thank you so much for following. I could have sworn I saw you somewhere. Wait, I see an announcement in Weeboo's server. Did she do this? Hell yeah, you get the vibe. And also timed that directly to everyone else yelling EDF. Alright, hang on, can I check controls? Change controls, jump, activate, jump, switch weapons, but that's what the weapons are on. Oop. Store default, yes. Local rescue spot. Huh. We'll get to that when we get to that. Now, oh, I meant to. I think on one of my breaks, I'll set up the EDF anthem redeemed. Because there is shout, sing. There is a full song. And everyone in-game does sing it with you if you have people under your command, which I don't think I do now. But that's what I posted for there, is chanting EDF. Well, this support is always needed. Wait, no, I think a big reason, Botanic, why this game gives you, like, nostalgic vibes is 100%. I kind of view this game to be like a... Alright, we're just parking that on the ceiling and going in raw. I kind of view this game as like a PS2 era game. Because this game does use all of the PS4's hardware. This is actually the only game I've ever played where I've gotten any sort of lag or issue with my PlayStation 4. Like, before, the only game that would, like, regularly cause that is on the PS3, any Bethesda endgame nonsense would always be a massive issue. Raw talking. Don't kill. Where am I going? Zero clue, but largely speaking, vaguely forward. Because the end goal for all of these missions is to find the enemy and wipe them out. There is no plan, no objective, no further thought, just wipe them out. And sometimes sometimes you end up chasing them to a point where, like, where were they? I do not know. Ah, dang it, wrong buttons. Ah! But I think, like, a big reason why this has a certain amount of nostalgia to it is that it feels like a PS3, PS2, Xbox, whatever sort of game. And it's also a lot simpler. Like, there's no deeper systems to deal with. There's no requisite crafting mechanic or item building. It's very simple. If you see it's like Doom levels. If you see something that moves, shoot it. If something doesn't move but looks suspicious, shoot it anyway, just in case. It's arcadey. That's the word I was looking for.
Dispatching as requested. Self-propelled howitzer and self-propelled rocket launcher are heading this way. Once they arrive, you can get fire support.
Why are they talking about rocket launchers and stuff? I don't know. I'm also going to check the controls for the depth crawler because good speed, good set of items. I might actually use this instead of a tank. I don't know. I think that everyone should have a couple of... Wait.
Can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
Where? Alright, I'm just gonna look this up. EDF 4.1 depth crawler controls first on. Ah, Wait, what? Zeta, thank you so much for the raid. How's Zenless Zone Zero? I was lurking in there this morning. I hope that you're doing good, and welcome in. For everyone new here, I'm Eldritch Horror Bread, Eldritch Horror from Beyond Reality. You found an old band Blockbuster and thought, you know, this is about it. I'm just gonna sit here, and today we are trying our best to beat this game and maybe 5 with every class, normal clears, etc. On one go. It was fun. Nice. Glad that was full and you got everything done. Hang on. I also forgot that I was looking up Depth Crawler. Depth Crawler controls. Because I can't figure out how to use the chain gun. Weapon, our left bumper, right bumper. Haven't checked shift. Left, normal fire. What? All right, this is a. Yeah, I still have no clue, but eh. Oh, thanks for the daily check-in. 4.1, such right? It's jank as hell, but that's part of the charm, especially after Insect Armageddon. Yeah, they vary on each configuration, and this one has a chain gun that I would very much love to use, but cannot figure out the button for it. Because there's Scuttle, there's a sniper cannon, and everything else. Oh, it just appears underground, but here you have to bring it in. Wait, Mirasek, that's actually a good point. I didn't realize it, but this does feel very much something made in Gary's mod. Okay. Nope, that just fires everything. Wait, I did figure out how to fire it eventually. Because it has less. Last time I got it down by a little bit, and it has, like, it didn't have 1,600 shots. Nope, it's not that holding that. That's in and out. Oh! Oh, duh, it's the... Okay, I'm a fool. I kept on hitting the lower bumpers at the same time. Like, why isn't this firing? It has a spin up. Red, type something in chat when you have system thinks you're a raider. Thanks for the googly eyes. Whoever did that. Wait. Who did do that? Thanks, Botanic. Yeah, I just set this up because I realized I had these for the longest time and never actually used them. How big's the map? I think... I don't know the exact measurements. I think it was like, by in-game scale, 5 kilometers square. They're actually pretty sizable maps. Like, the game only has a handful of maps for each thing. Like, there's a city, a mountain, a ruined city, a variant mountain, a beach, industrial coastal district. Like, there's only, I think there's less than 5 or 6 total. But they're large enough that they can drop you in different parts of the map with different context. And it does feel like a different mission each time. Like, it takes a while to, like, realize and recognize it. Oh, Earth Defense Force 4.1. It should be on the... Let me check to make sure. It should be on the description down below. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did get this. Highly recommend. Oh, shoot. Hi, spiders. Don't mind me. I am I'm just you, but robosized, and please do not get any ideas of what I'm doing here. Alright, what? That's a good question. I've owned this one for a while, but I know it's on Steam and PlayStation. Like, it's around for a couple of things. And it's been around for a while. Like, 6 recently came out, and I'd be surprised if it still is at its, like, launch price. I'd probably say 20 to 40 bucks, depending. And now, so far, I'm really enjoying the Deathcrawler. I kind of like this more than the tanks and some of the mech suits. Oh, I'll have to check stats, because right now it's... Oh, right now it's on fire. But if it beats out, like, the Velveeta GD that I was using, then that might be it. EDF... Yeah, 6 is a full price because it just came out, but this one's 4.1, so that... There should be a discount for that. Like, that... My hot take is that the moment you get the next game in the series, the previous game should immediately be knocked off 20 bucks.
They would find out sooner or later.
Like, there is no reason... Same thing with Age. Like, the whole reason I've never played Dark... Ah. Thank you. Yeah, nothing interesting. The whole reason I've never played Dark Souls 3 is for the longest time that has had the absolute gall to be 60 bucks. Right, I am still going to take my regular ad breaks just because endurance. Oh yeah, 20 bucks. So, be back in a hot sec. Where's the music? There's the music. Alright, as far as I can tell, ads are Ads are done.
Select
See, what's the next one? Retaliation. Let's check. Damage 18, 227 per. Okay, how heavy revolver? Yeah, let's try this. I figure at this point, from what I know and remember about Air Raider, the best thing I can really do is just try absolutely everything and see what happens. Yeah, this is a fine place to drop a satellite weapon. I'm sure no one will mind. Play Jedi Fallen Order. I don't really like the idea of committing to any future streams or anything during one, especially because I don't actually own that game right now. Well, the suggestion is noted. Oh shoot, that actually worked. Don't know if it's the NPC squad or everyone else, but that actually cleared them out. Oops, wrong one. This thing is so... God, the heavy... They weren't kidding when they called this thing the heavy. This thing feels so sluggish. Okay. I should be able to hit them over there. Probably focus on saving ammo with one at a time. Red rolls shouldn't have access to this much firepower. No! And would you believe that Air Raiders are not...
is never the answer. It's the solution.
Yeah. Air Raiders are not considered the most damaging close-range class. Alright, this thing does have a slight problem of being easily swarmed. Oh, that's more of an opportunity. It's so tempting to just hit both heavy howitzers at the same time. Although really, part of the thing is that one of my better strategies for doing clears or harder clears is early Inferno or early high difficulties, because there's some missions that certain classes are really suited for above others. For a lot of these early ones where the biggest thing to deal with is ants or spiders, not air raiders, wing divers are really able to mess up shop. And there's a couple where, as a ranger, you can pick a spot far out of the way and just either bombard the area with rockets or sniper fire. And there's some ridiculous things. I've been kind of carried through higher level difficulty missions on Ranger with just one grenade that we're going to wait until I have a better angle and go on foot for a bit. There's a couple grenades that it spreads over such a wide area. It's the weapon that I have missed my shot because I accidentally hit up at the wrong time, destroyed an entire city block, and lagged my PS4 trying to have it calculate everything. And we'll see if we can lag my PS5. Because if this thing is screaming for mercy, then that is another reason why the PS5 was not worth the investment money. Not only does it have absolutely no new games, it also cannot handle the graphic intensity that is I don't know, like a PS3 era game in terms of looks. So we'll see. It'll be fun. And arguably, I'd say that that is the point of this game, that there are so many things that... Now, there's definitely going to be a second phase coming up. There's so many things that you should not have access to, but 100% do. And just blow things up. Like, there's 2 entire missions dedicated to punching Kaiju in the face. Part of that is just you've dealt with the annoyance of not being able to kill this thing for several missions. We're giving you a freebie. Go have fun. The other thing is that there is absolutely no other reason for the Balamb to exist other than Kaiju punching missions. Actually, there's a few. I know of a few where that I could use a giant punchy robot. Yeah, I think the comparison of this game to Gary's mod is pretty good. Because it fits the same kind of niche, you know? Of what do we want? We want something that we want to just to do a bunch of stupid stuff. Alright, bet. Alright, get rid of this. We don't need that building. We don't want it. There's no use. It is in the way of defense. And there's the other frame. Alright. Will they come this way if I wait long enough, or... I think I do have to admit that the depth crawler is as... Oh! That'll work! That'll work. Play Lancer. Yes, that... Wait, you've played Lancer before? I still... If it's RPG that I'm thinking of, I still want to play that, like, at all. Because that game looks so fun. This thing's way too heavy. I think going down to the non... Sorry, like, I have the... Oh, the Urge, right. I see what you mean. God, yeah, that... I've seen a couple, like, mech tabletop RPGs, but it seemed a lot of them were, like, regular RPGs, but... Because I know that Savage Worlds has mechs as an option in the sci-fi expansion stuff. It's always just been like, yeah, they're a vehicle. But this game, Lancer really feels like an RPG where somebody played a bunch of Armored Core and is like, wait, this is the coolest shit ever. We should make this, like... We should, like, do things with this whole framework. Because, like, there's also just a ton of cool stories you can tell from like a heavy mech genre. Because I'm concerned at how much brain power... Oh, for sure. For sure. It's a lot of management, a lot of whatever, or a lot of thought. And it's one where I can easily look at that very stripped down... Alright, you've served your purpose. The very stripped down, like, this isn't really a weapon, this is more like a weapon type or class, or you can flavor it as these things, but it has the stats of this, even if it's a energy sword, spear, whatever. It's all gonna play like this. But, like, all the part tracking and customization, okay, how can I maximize my mech for this thing or this application, or can I make this feel like like this specific mech or vibe. There's so much you can do. Now, speaking of like RPGs that take way too much brain power, prep, or whatever, that reminds me of something that I was thinking of. Like, I was looking at booting up Disco Elysium again and playing that, but then I realized something about that game, that it 100% can be a tabletop RPG. Like, its systems in games are explicitly modeled after tabletop play. The system's actually pretty simple. You set a DC for the task of, I think it's like a 20-something is regarded as impossible. Then you add in any bonuses the character has from, like, well, you've done all this. You made it easier to do this segment because you're gripping something kind of gross with gloves, so that's going to be easier. You have a plus this from your base stat. Your clothes give you this much. And it's 100%, it feels like an old CRPG that they adapted out of a game. Like, if you've ever played Fallout and like, this feels familiar, why? That's because it was supposed to be based off of another system called GURPS, and they couldn't get the rights, so they're like, well, we're going to make our knockoff GURPS system. Feels like one of those. You 100% could not find a GM insane enough to run it. Because, yes, you have the 24 stats and skills that are available to you on a playthrough, but the game mentions at one point that because the stats represent like personality traits, various desires,
You're on the
whatever.
Air. Thanks for calling 88.4 WTFM. Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force.
Thank you. We'll try for... Actually, we'll take a helicopter. We'll do something fun and new.
Select a mission. Select a deploy.
Yeah, we'll take a helicopter for this. EDF! EDF!
This is headquarters. Exterminate Retarius.
But the first thing is that it's implied and actually I think said that every character has their own set of skills, and like the ones that your partner has are probably has a bunch of ones that are similar, but a handful of ones that he has and you don't. So there's that. The other thing is that all 24 skills in this system have their own personality that would have to be role-played by... Oh! Right, I've forgotten how to use... Alright, I'm getting feedback. I've forgotten how to use helicopters, and the fact that L2 is liftoff and all the weapons are on the R. Alright, well, fortunately there shouldn't be anything that can hit me up in the air. God, this is the most janky vehicle controls I've ever seen, but they're kind of fun. Gross. Yeah, the best thing I've seen for a description of EDF's weapons and air stuff is that it's less a helicopter, more of a high-tech hot air balloon, and there's the lock-on. God, you really have to buzz the deck for this. And honestly, given everything that just is with Disco Elysium, I wouldn't be surprised if it being something of like, yeah, we can totally make this into a tabletop game. And then realizing, wait, no, this is way too ambitious, puts a ton of work on the GM. Because largely the fact that every stat has its own personality and would have to be role-played by the GM in a tabletop is pretty much just the stats act as the GM for their own, or like on their own. Like the roles and challenges and what they say and the like are what a GM would be doing. But I don't know, there's just something about it that it's a lot of work to actually port it. Also, the amount of planning and the in-between missions parts that's possible is yeah, the in-between roleplay stuff. And that's actually, I'm glad you bring that up, Botanic, because like that's kind of like a hallmark of mech shows and or the mech genre, is that it's a lot less, the fights that happen are a lot less important than you'd think. The problem is that most mech games don't have... Oh, hey, Sith. How are you doing this morning? Hope you're doing well. How's Dead Space? Although you got some progress in that. Alright. Let's land for a hot second and try to... That is way too close. That ain't working. And get rid of this thing because it's almost dead and out of ammo. Well, we have successfully gotten the attention of the spiders. God damn. Mobile artillery, let's go! Finished it! Nice! That, I will always insist that Dead Space is one of my favorite horror games and, like, one of the best. They've done so good with managing, like, tension, player expectations for what will and will not be a problem. Like, it got to the point where there was finally, I think in the second game, a jump scare and being attacked in the elevator, and I was so relieved because I'm like, oh, thank God, I can finally stop worrying about that happening and just... Because I don't think they're going to do this an irresponsible amount of times. Space is the worst to ever do. Hot take, Char, but respected. Also, welcome in. Hope your day's going well and that you've either gotten a day off or that whatever hot nonsense is happening at your work isn't as hot. Look, point is, I like it, and it is a lot more approachable than Resident Evil because I don't have to deal with the sheer annoyance of... Okay, that... I just hit a building. Sheer annoyance of being chased by something unkillable for a large chunk of the game until the very end. Which I can deal with... I can deal with the unkillable xenomorph for a little bit. It's when it's a good chunk of the game that I'm like, okay, can we not? Can I just, like, put it somewhere? And you can do that in Dead Space. I love that the solution to unkillable chase sequence is, let's just put it somewhere. Allegedly have today and tomorrow off, but we'll see. You better have those days off because, god damn, if it's not aggravating seeing how hard you work and how little you get from it. Oh yeah, the music though, the music's absolutely incredible, especially for how it increases and decreases in intensity based off of like what it's going. Like there's one scare that there's just a dude banging his head against the wall around the corner, and you get there and there's like nothing, or it's like a light or something that looks like someone, and I absolutely love it for it. Yeah, what was I saying before? Oh right, okay, first of all, what's the next mission?
Choose loadout.
I'm gonna actually go for the Naegling.
Select a mission.
If I remember... Yes, these are the two that I want the Naegling for. That is... Alright.
This is Strategic Command Headquarters. Commencing Operation Sweet
Okay, first things first, always just lead with the Sprite Fall. I think I accidentally hit these guys' commanding officers. There's a weird thing with getting EDF buddies or like a squad under your command, in that some squads have a commander denoted by their like red armor, and they won't follow you until that commander dies, which makes sense. But on in some cases, it would be nice to be able to. In some cases, you can recruit. Oh, this music, right? Not Dead Spaces. Oops, misread, but meh. Oh, I would love that cake. Like sometimes you can get the commander to fall under your command, and all of his dudes fall under your command too. It's really helpful specifically for Ranger, because they have an ability where they... Thank you for letting me jump. Where if they pick up health, everyone under their command heals, which really helps keep all your meat shields in the fight for a good bit longer. Like, it'd also be nice if it was easier to get them under. Well, it doesn't really matter for normal. A lot of the NPCs and AI allies in this game aren't the smartest. It's just that on harder difficulties, their damage output is increased to the point where they're actually useful. Okay, not gonna lie. The fact that the Olympic gun is essentially a user-controlled detonated grenade launcher, it's kind of growing on me as a main weapon. Kind of growing. Alright, I was talking about mech show genres, that like a good chunk of actual action and character development in like source material is that there's usually a very serious like wartime drama or whatever going on outside, but the mech fights are either for like proving a point or something to avoid, or an opportunity to sell toys. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue. How many idiots does it take to defend the Earth? The actual answer is up to 4, because that's how many you can play in co-op. The in-universe answer...
It's the solution.
It's just more violence. Yes, definitely that. But I think like it's almost a cliche that every time an EDF game happens, that despite how well you do, you're only in this one specific place. Oh, the aliens are back. Wonderful. So no matter how big or how often you absolutely wipe the floor with everything, the invasion's happening simultaneously everywhere. And like 90% of the Earth's population gets absolutely wiped. I know it's been in this game, 5 and 6, that there's always been some massive fuck off suicide attack at the end to buy you time to actually deal with the enemy of the game. God, I should have added this on a while ago. Oh. Huh. I did not think this through, but wait. Is this going to work? Because the transport ships are not marked as killable right now. Holy shit, that worked. I can just... I think I can just arc things over with it, but I was expecting drones. I was expecting to have to deal with flying insects right now, so, yep. Run! Hey, anyone who's ever played Helldivers with me, guess which game I trained on and why I'm always, oh yeah, no, just send it downrange. We don't need to worry about who's in the way or what might hit. They'll be fine. In all fairness, and I was thinking about this last night, there is a definitive ranking of smartness, heroicism, and effectiveness on various factions of like holding the lines against bugs. At the bottom of like all of them, we have Warhammer 40k's Imperial Guard. They are largely ineffective, barely heroic. Oh, there are drones. Oh no, no. Ah. I don't see where my rocket is. I think I dropped it. Friendly fire isn't the game. Yes. Except this one, I think on this difficulty, I deal like 25% of my total damage on allies, which is why they don't die in one hit. You deal full damage to any of your allies on... Oh, we're so close. On co-op. If they're controlled by humans, they do not get the kid gloves. It's honestly amazing. Almost got the airburst. Can kind of use as a flat gun or an AA gun, but it's not good. Fortunately, these drones are not that hard. Yes. Wait, limp it. Come on. Hey, we're actually kind of cleaning. Now that they're all in the hey, in case you brought a low range weapon, halo of death. Kind of doing okay. The thing is that it's explosive, so it deals splash damage to everything nearby, and oh, it splits. That's a fun one. I love these dumb weapons. The reason I don't usually play Air Raider is because they're very finicky and weird. The reason I wish I played Air Raider more is all their vehicles are absolutely fantastic. Alright. And speaking of, the next one I know well. See, coastal missiles, bombing plans aren't going to do well. Guard post is tempting. Let's see. Wait. ZE gun does 20 per shot. Right, this one. Okay, I have two ideas for what I want to do, and I think this is going to be the funnier one. It's also probably going to cause the first restart necessary, because my brilliant idea is to drop this entire mission. I know it so well because it's all against drones. It's just wave after wave. The dumb idea I have is that you can load these all up on a vehicle. So, we're basically driving a rave death van of if anything gets above us, Yep, exactly what I thought would happen happened. A huge chunk of our health is just gone because of the death rave. So we're essentially strapped with mines that are designed to detect things flying above them. So next thing that gets up there or above me, I'm just going to blow up. There's absolutely no other way to phrase. Wait. No, I'm not, because somehow the mines are strapped to the turrets. What the hell? So they point down unless I'm at like full. Oh my god, this game is so stupid and I love it. I've always said that the best thing in this game you can quite possibly have is something that is absolutely dumb. The dumbest weapons are the best because there's been so many things that I've like immediately wrote off as no, that sounds stupid by the description, or on paper that's absolutely awful. Like, sure, I'm doing low clear missions. I'll try it once to see just how laughably bad it is. And then realize, wait, no. This is genius. This is actually exactly what I need in this very situation. This has saved my ass and is becoming a massive thing that I will use constantly. Like, one of those is the aforementioned firecracker grenades on Ranger. That the whole gimmick is individually they do a very low amount of damage. However, they split over like 100 units or so. At higher levels, they are one of the best weapons in the game. Like there was a time where instead of any standard gun, I just brought those as a primary and cleared ridiculously hard content. Wait, just kind of fire because this is supposed to be your whole. Oh, dang it. Too close. This is supposed to be that you're holding the line until that. Yep. Until the truck that I was driving comes in. But I think there's like 4 of them. Yeah. And then it's just clean up. It's a glorious sound. Wait. Like, wait, there's only one left? The heck? Yeah, needless to say, this is one of the missions that, if you're doing early clears, it's really good to farm on, because you can kind of just sit there and wait, or like get out of dodge if you're a wing diver or air raider. Demons.
Choose loadout. Air raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
Hang on. Damage 1620, 680. It's so slow though. Yeah, we'll go for the Epsilon armored railgun. Swap this back out to Spritefall.
Select a difficulty. Deploying.
Because I think on this one, we're getting to the point where we have to start shooting these things down. Oh no. No, I miscalculated. This is a hold the line one. Their least favorite thing about this is that you're not... There's several missions before they introduce shooting down enemy spawn craft or teleportation ships that you're just supposed to like hold the line and fight. And it's annoys me so much because like, no, I have weapons that could just deal with this. Right. But yeah, no, gotta kill the ground enemies. Oh, that being said, for a hold the line type mission, I didn't exactly pick a bad weapon. Because massive amount of damage up front, just jump in and sit in the side cannons for everything else. Worst case, I have to get out and do things for a minute. And they drop in such a nice line. Isn't that kind of them to just drop in and be mowed down? It's a wonderful courtesy. Oh yeah, they are invading the Earth, but at least they're being kind about it. And left side. Hose them down. Excuse me. Yeah, all the AI in this game kind of works the same. They know where the enemy is, and then they go... to just try to shoot at it without thinking, is there anything in the way? Are we doing any... Can we actually hit? Do we have line of sight? Are we in range? Is this a good idea? A question never asked by anyone with a rocket launcher, including the player. Actually, especially not the player. I have never once thought, is this a good idea while holding a rocket launcher? I've only ever thought, do I have an angle on them, and will I need to reload? Speaking of needing to reload, that's back. You can roll through these things as Rangers, but not as Air Raiders because they're wimpy. We'll just kind of yeet this down there and get a fresh railgun. Fresh railgun, more armor. Not gonna lie, I was really glad that the poll for do I do this fresh or am I allowed to use my previous saves? I'm really glad that that one ended up being tied so I could justify doing this. Because this is one of those games that I really want to get a platinum on for no other reason than just I really like it, enjoy playing it, and all that. The problem is to get a platinum clear, you have to clear the game on Inferno with all classes. Not because I think there's an achievement for clearing each difficulty with each class, but there's also the fact that things like getting 100% of all weapons, which there's thousands of, actually thousands between all classes and variants, and that requires you to play on the hardest difficulty to unlock the stuff. That's not good. Which then requires a whole lot of grinding, getting lucky, and maybe even after you've cleared everything, more grinding. And just the sheer amount of health you need to survive on higher difficulties. This 24-hour stream is mostly for grinding armor. Hi. And you. Ah. Yeah, I'm glad that this thing can shoot through buildings, because that might be very relevant. I love the gun replacements. So that just reminded me that there's a weird thing with this, a weird glorious thing with this game's wiki, that the game doesn't take itself seriously. The people, oh, thanks for the butters, Rosa. Fortunately, that just unbutters me. Wait. Yep. I thought I'd been, huh. No idea how I ended up rebuttered, but I believe it works out in the end. I thought it was unbuttered before, but that might just be the delay on my bot not noticing it. Eh. What? I think this is the favorite dumb thing to do, is to try to gauge where an enemy is just by the radar, by lining it up and saying like, alright, it's probably in that direction. This thing pierces. This thing has splash damage. Oh, let's go. I love the graffiti that there's, because Sandlot's the dev of it, and there's just like Sandlot graffiti pasted around the city along with EDF stuff. Like they somehow are both a fully funded government organization with the full cooperation of all of humanity behind it. Also, just like local resistance groups. One more. Nope. Nope. God, another building in the way. How many? Get out here and fight. Hiding behind yet a third. Fourth? There it is. But found it eventually. And still nothing of note. Let's see. How far? About. Where the hell is the live timer on here? Yeah, about 2 hours in and on mission 13.
Deploying.
Not gonna lie, I don't like my odds of. Don't like my odds because I was doing. Oh, sweet. This one is the first one where we're able to shoot these things down. And that leads to like one of my favorite considerations for strategy of when do you focus on the horde of alien bugs coming at you? And when do you focus on the things spawning them? Because like there's some parts where you'd think, all right, makes sense. We just gotta keep on firing at the. Yeah, I do have the elevation. Just have to keep on firing at the things that are spawning them, and then deal with them. But then there's the consideration of will we be getting overrun? Do we have to clear out everything as well? And been thinking this game been seeing this game so much lately. Yeah, 6 just came out, and I've been playing it. It's been a lot of fun. I do highly recommend, like, if you're able to pick it up, either to suffer through the jank that is earlier EDF games, or God dang it, I don't have the elevation to get in there, but I think I can get it with my Olympic gun. My biggest problem with playing classes that aren't Ranger is trying to deal with any class that isn't Ranger not having good. No, we're going. Yep. Oh! Yeah, that happens. That is very easy to blow yourself up. Alright, let's see what might be a better. I almost feel like going for the Gigantus would be the better option, but let's try the heavy cannon for this one. Because I need something that gets more vertical range. Because the problem is Ranger is very good at taking out things like ships and the like, because they have access to rocket launchers, sniper rifles, a whole bunch of things that let them just, if they can get an angle on it and see it, then they can deal with it. Every other class, aside from maybe wing divers, doesn't have that. And if it's on Steam, I'd have to wait till back from your trip. Yeah, I know that 4.1 and oh wait, no, I actually do know that they're all on Steam. They actually had a simultaneous launch. I don't know if that hit. Wait. But they should be all on Steam, and from what I've heard, they run a bit better there. That's definitely an option. But definitely enjoyed the trip first. Okay, is anything else dropping? No, but it's open. Right. The Velveetas are definitely the play for these things. I'm still not sure that the heavy cannon is my favorite because it's pretty slow and stompy. And that, not really my favorite thing. Is there, where, oh shoot, where's that ship? Where, I don't think I shot it down, so it's, yeah, right. Getting a little bit overrun, but you know what? You know what? We're good. We deal with this. I can hear. Oh, they're like right overhead. Got it. Ow. Ah, shoot. No, wait, that's not. Oh no, I made a horrible error. A horrible error. The biggest issue I always have is firing on the shortest one first. The ones closest to the ground. I mean, it makes sense. Because they're the easiest to hit, but like... Then the problem is always, I can't hit this thing, or why is that up there? That's... Well, you have fun with that. just don't have an angle. It's coming back around, and I think I can add just in case for this, for the ensuing swarm. Okay, 6 giving any weapon that fires in a parabolic arc a sighting laser. It makes no sense. You literally can't do that with light, but somehow R&D has figured out how to make bendy light. But it's so much easier. Wait, it's dropping. Ah! I missed. Wait, no, I did hit. There's a bigger smoke trail. This is... We're good, we're fine. We're at 100% fine. Just have to keep... Get back up there. Those Okay, one of the reasons why I prefer... No, I have to turn? No! One of the big reasons why I prefer Ranger and everything else over Air Raider and especially Fencer. Because this... No, I missed it! Because these mech suits are basically the Fencer class on steroids. Of big, slow, stompy, and what other hot nonsense you care to name. But I just do not like slow, ponderous moving things. I feel like everyone has their favorite weapon or play style in games, and more often than not, on hit, my favorite thing is something that's like a little bit fast. Yes! Yes, now we can finish the mission. Like faster firing, lower damage, more maneuverability. I don't know why that's always been like my favorite thing, but it borders on physical pain to have to do to have to play a class or use something that is sluggish and unresponsive. I guess part of it is impulsivity, because I remember I started liking all that from playing like Call of Duty and not being good at it. Like, let's be honest, I learned how to play shooters, but I was not good at it for the longest time. Favorite game... Yeah. Favorite weapon for the longest time was something along the lines of an SMG or shotgun, because I kept on getting surprised and ambushed and needed something that would be able to deal with all that nonsense quick. Alright. Let's see what the next one, preventing landfall. Perfect.
Choose loadout.
Let's go to a bigger, stompier mech.
Air Raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
Shots 15. Yeah, we'll go for a missile group.
Choose loadout.
Launch.
Air Raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
Gun M3 limpets. Oh, interesting. It's less damage than the sniper, but quicker reload. Launcher. Yeah, we'll keep with the limpet gun. Hey, aircraft. Oh, bunkers.
Select a mission. Select deploying.
Yeah, I'll go for this.
Infantry units, the tanks will support you. Keep moving.
Oh, this is a different one than I thought, but similar enough. I think we can get used for this.
Wing Diver 7, attack! Wing Diver 8, attack!
Right, I thought I was using the one massive. Alright. Yep. You can kind of tell when the game puts, like, trash mobs, like drones and the like, around to just give you the ability to farm kills off of as an air raider, because that first go was kind of shit. Need to get some of these dudes down.
The Air Force will arrive momentarily.
Because we're like halfway to the Balam, but that'll be useful against these Hectors during the next raid. I got the missile group back, so may as well. Wait. Yes! We have the bomb! It's a... we're going to go right through this ad break. Mostly for the hilarity of people coming back and seeing what hot nonsense I'm in. It's a Gundam!
Wing Diver 7, Raptor. Wing Diver 8, systems go. And ready to fight.
I love this Pacific Rim walk-off, knock-off. Oh, shoot. There's a bombing run. Shouldn't go too far in. I've never used this thing outside of, like, the very specific context that you're supposed to. I don't know if this is going to work.
There's one more air raid. Ground units, distance yourselves from the enemy.
I don't have that option. Oh my god. So one overhand punch to this Hector's head. I see why fights like this exist.
3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Transporting a walking fortress now. We'll be in the combat zone shortly.
Wait.
They are quadruped fortresses. They are already heading and beginning the invasion.
That was enough to reload a bomb. I love that.
Ravager's land weapons. If it arrives in the urban areas, we don't know how much damage it will cause. It is a terrifying opponent, but we succeeded in destroying them in the fight 8 years ago. It's an opponent we can kill.
Oh no, I feel bad that the ad happened. I didn't expect it to be over so soon. Sorry. Right. Minor oops. Now what's the next one? Land collapse.
Choose loadout. Air Raiders can equip 2 weapons.
Welcome back, everyone. You missed the nonsense. I didn't realize it was going to be that quick. Does it say that? Wait. Okay, so it is a thing with a Velveeta heavy cannon that it does reduce mobility, but I'm gonna give it another try to standard one because it should be fine. Shoot! I still have the missile group equipped. That, you know, it'll be fine. I think this is the... Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the tunnel exit. Man. That is such... So, Velveeta Cannon? Predecessor to the Helldivers 2 Queso Cannon? Yeah, pretty much. It's the same reason, because these things are technically called Velgatas, but I can't be bothered and I misread them as Velveetas. So yeah, as was prophesized, we have a Velveeta cannon. The cheese cannon continues. Nope. Accidentally flattening residential homes. Alright, this one is so much better than the heavy cannon. Like, yeah, it's great if it's great destructive power, but being able to move, it's really hard to beat. There we go. And you just get the rocket.
The giant insects made an exit somewhere else. They are appearing one after another from underground.
You know, I wonder, does this count as... Does this fit the requirements for a high-quality game? Because it was determined a while earlier, or a while before when I was playing Helldivers with some people, that the best games involve an orbital drop. Like, best types of games that we played, at least for multiplayer for a while: Titanfall 2, orbital drop; Helldivers 2, or multiple orbital drops per mission. Absolutely perfect. This game, I want to say yes, because of the whole... largely because of air raiders and enemies. Like, they drop in from orbit or stuff from drop ships. So you're still getting high altitude. That should have hit. Droppings. But a lot of things, even the frickin' building size Balam comes in through helicopters. I think it counts enough. Alright, get down here and fight. Fight me like an ant. But I would say that the other side of that is that good games either have something going to and from Earth to space, or the other way around. Wait. I don't have an angle on them yet. Because you're either... Because, like, there's some good, like, JRPGs that don't... No, wait! Wait. D&D and a lot... And by definition, plenty of RPGs have that as... do fit that requirement because of spells like Meteor, which very explicitly drop balls of fire from orbit. So that does... So any spell with, like... Or any Final Fantasy with Meteo or Meteor or whatever counts. But I would also like to suggest the idea that the opposite is true. And any game that... Alright, we're going to get a new... Now we're going to go towards it on... with the giant robot. Drop out. Use the missile group. And just kind of go from there. But we're running out of rockets, and the revolver cannon is getting used up. Hello, spiders! Goodbye, spiders! But I would like to propose that, like, the opposite's true. Like Final Fantasy IV, good game, and you end up the final fight on the moon. Paper Mario: Thousand Year Door, good game, you go to the moon. So I guess the trick is that you're either dropping something in from space somewhere along the line, or you go to the moon. Like, that is the only scale of quality that matters. Alright, it's somewhere in that chittering mat. There it is. There we go. God. The true strength of all of these... Shoot! Well, that didn't work in the slightest. We might die here. Could all die right now. This is suboptimal. Mech. Large health. I'll take that. Ah, this feels so much better. This is what everyone was wanting the mechs to be like when they dropped in Helldivers. Although, actually no, this is kind of what the mechs were when they dropped in Helldivers. It's just that they're really good against bugs, and bugs alone. Turn around. And a bit more. And now scavenge, because that's the last of it. More. See, I think in terms of strategy, the regular walkers are... I think I like those better than the tanks, because they don't have the large delay between powerful shots, and they have something other than an explosive tank cannon. So all in all, pretty good. Alright, what's next? Ah! Do I have to chase after them? Either way, I want the sprite back. Unless... Smoke grenade, come promptly opposite direction. Hey Mecha, how you doing? We are making good time. We are on level 16, and it's only been about 2 hours, 20 minutes. I want this thing. I don't know what it is, but I want it. Forget, is this fight? Is this, are we fighting this thing, or or fighting what comes out of it? Good. In a 15 at work. Best of luck with work. Like, oh, dang it! I love the setup of this mission. This big robot, bigger tank. Boom! Sir, that didn't do anything. Fall back! It's honestly pretty fair advice. Okay, I'm just going to try and see if I can one-cycle it or whatever. Problem is that they often like to... The way to deal with, like, all of the enemy aliens' weapons are pretty obvious. That's a gun pointing to the back of my head. They just don't like it if you do it up front. Woke up with a back pain, probably go out for snacks soon, but ED, hell yeah, welcome in, Pizza. Hope you're doing good. But tank beats everything, except for this case. Alright. I'm thinking if it doesn't have the crotch gun, technical term, oh, I'm up against the wall, then we're not supposed to be destroying it yet.
This is Strategic Command Headquarters. The attack aircraft Midnight is headed this way. It's going to deliver a blow with a new penetrating bullet, Grindbuster. Stop the quadruped until Midnight arrives.
Right, we're just supposed to fight this thing. Always better luck with exosuits and depth crawlers than tanks. And in 5, the bikes. I'm still amazed that you're able to use the bikes in 5 Pizza. Like, full honesty, it's always been better for me to use tanks or the like than the bikes, just because I haven't been able to figure them out. But the mech suits, definitely good. They're fun. I'm kind of disappointed because during the mission that introduced the Hectors, I brought along a Balam and an ad break cut in half, and I'm like, oh, there's one more frame of enemies after this. There wasn't. Wait, is it 4.1 or 5 that people were able to like loop a cruise missile around and hit? I know I've seen it where someone got like a coastal defense missile as an air raider, tried to destroy like a... Okay, I'm gonna have to abandon that. I can't keep up. And tried to destroy like a drop ship with it by having it point nearby at the ground and then loop around and hit underneath. If I made them easier to use, still have a clip of the bikes. Keep driving up and down one area, firing machine guns. They're actually oddly good at surviving there. Yeah, that's the thing. I think my issue with, if you're going up and down, it's easier. My issue is I am a fool who tries to turn. And you should not do that at all. Like, turning is the enemy with bikes. Yeah, this is 100% just survive. I think it's fun at 5. Yeah, that's the thing. They're tuned so much for Akira slides, but I keep on rolling them. Oh shoot, we're getting stepped on! Wait. Oh good, he barely avoided stepping on my mech. My small stomping mech. Yeah, no, the bikes are absolutely garbage to use in 4.1. They have awful handling. They're comparatively better in 5. I just haven't gotten used to using them.
Attack aircraft Midnight will arrive at the combat area momentarily.
Oh. It always takes me by surprise when the grunts are good and are able to deal with something like any enemies. It caught me so off guard in 6 when the grunts, without prompting, asking, or anything. Oh shoot, more giant robot. Yeah, the bullet sponges do stuff. Like, they shot down... I've seen them shoot down drop ships in 6. I'm like, I didn't know they knew how to do that. Who taught them how to do that? God, Okay, the Velveeta mech annoys me so much because the laser pointer is actually just wrong. The rocket fires a little bit above. And at an angle. I guess it's meant for close range. Yeah, close range rocket, how does that make sense? Also, easy trick to Hectors, aim for their head with something fast firing if you get close to them. Like, that throws off their aim to the point where if they're aimed with a machine gun or like Gatling gun, they actively can't attack you because they can't get the gun's muzzle down low enough to fire you in on foot. Like, when I started playing, my first response was like, oh, this is a big stompy robot. I need to fire at it with heavy weapons like rocket launchers or missiles to do any damage worth doing. Turns out no. No, like 9 times out of 10, your basic assault rifle has higher DPS than most big guns. And that if you want to kill something quick and it's in range, 100% always just use your assault rifle as a ranger. Because most of them deal like 50 to 100 points of damage per shot. So that's not too much compared to like 1,000 or so, or a couple hundred per shot that low fire rate weapons have. But they have a magazine of like 100 or more. Yeah, it makes a great assault rifle. Comes in issue 6 with how high some ships get, though. Yeah, that is 100. I'll believe that's 100% intentional to make it so you have to pack like something other than assault rifle. But at least they also add laser sights so you can tell if you're in range. Because one of the hardest things to figure out, I've found, is, am I in range? How far is 100 meters really? This would be so much easier if I wasn't used to using freedom units. Or if I was actually good at judging any distance, period. That would also help. As long as other classes struggle with... Yeah, that is true. That the biggest disadvantage, and the reason why I primarily play Ranger, is in solo play, they're pretty much... Oh, thanks for checking in, Mecha. 5 times. Is that they are pretty much the only class that can consistently deal good damage at range without having to deal with either Fencer's gimmicky artillery arcs or Air Raiders' inability to get much... Well, I suppose this can fire straight up. This fight... Are they bringing in anything else, or is this just it? Or Wing Diver's lack of mobility in context with anything worth using. And like, my biggest problem with all of Wing Diver's lightning weapons, they give really bad feedback for if you hit. It's just awkward. Ranger might not be the theoretically strongest class, but it's easy and sure that, yes, that's exactly Ranger's niche. Like, everyone else has their gimmick. Ranger's gimmick is that they're always useful, and their gimmick is inobtrusive. Like, no matter what. If you show up to a fight with either a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher, rocket launchers are great because, like, let's see, I can show it off with this. They don't have a range. They just keep on going until they hit something. Yeah, their gimmick is gun. Their gimmick is useful, easy to understand, and use weapons. You don't have to deal with arcs unless you're using a grenade launcher. You don't have to deal with anything more complicated. One flying ship, Ranger team. Yeah, this is just what we're going to have to keep going. with.
If we live, it's the Ravager transport ship. Looking forward to tonight.
This is Scout 14. We found the Ravager transport ship.
Woo. Deal with that first. It's kind of artillery? And yeah, which is my absolute favorite thing. Partially because Fencer, I don't think Fencer has arc help in this one. That you have to kind of just figure out what it is and like fire trial shots. There we go. And kind of just pick an arc and pray. The Air Rangers vehicles do. And I know a lot of Wing Diver's weaponry, it's gimmicky to the point of meh. Fencer has arc help in 6 too. Still partially guessing game to shot. Right, shot speed makes a big difference. That I'm pretty sure, at least from what I've figured with Ranger, that they do have they will adjust the arc for shot speed, but like using the MG 13, it's so annoying to try to use because that one has a lower shot speed, so its arc is weird. You break over, back to work. All right, good luck at work. Thanks for stopping in. I love this song in this. Unleash all forces, we won't cut them any slack. D boys. If I remember right, it's this one first. Never hit the high of. They really didn't. Part of it is that 4.1 song it uses a more recognizable tune because it's Battle Hymn of the Republic with just the lyrics swapped out. The other thing is that the tune that they used has enabled it to be like just have really simple and catchy lyrics. I wonder what blew up. I hope it wasn't important. And the new one's just, I don't know, the cadence is off. It doesn't hit. Oh, you gonna drop? Come on, open up. You know when you want to. Right here. Hey-oh! It's like fish in a barrel, except instead of fish, they're giant mutant alien spiders. And instead of a barrel, it's a high-tech teleporting ship. Ah, dang it. Alright. Oh, wait. That almost never despawns that fast. Huh. Oh. Ah, dang it. Still getting used to how the rocket has a different trajectory than what the line says. Kind of screwing. Oh, wow. Wait.
Unit deployed to Hector's route. Fire operation is about to commence.
There should be more than 30 Vekota M2s. It will be a gruesome fight.
Forces already on the way. Air raid will commence.
I feel like in terms of how often they call attention to you bringing in support and other things, and like how often you join, like this next thing they said is explicitly a defense line made up primarily of like the mech suits that we're using. I almost feel like the canon for what you use here is supposed to be like the Air Raider.
Select a mission.
Yep, this is going to be fun.
Deploying.
Kind of interesting, as goofy as EDF is, the series doesn't seem to shy away from how badly humanity would get messed up in it. Yeah, they 100% lean into the fact that even if we're winning victory hand over fist, most of the time we're the sole survivor of it all. Our allies don't show up or survive, and they're still attacking in more places than we can actually get into. I mean, granted, you lead to the issue of... God, where is it? Oh, there it is. Get to the issue of, like, you don't see that on anywhere else but an Air Raider player. And that they're not the best at tactics and the like, even when equipped with similar weapons. But yeah, most people just aren't built different like we are. I say as a random ranger jumps into the sea for no goddamn reason. And just... Oh, dang. Okay, where's this line with 30 backup Velveetas? Yeah, but couldn't take the stress. He wanted a beach day. Some people just are like, I need to get into the sea. Here. Just needed a day off for stress. A couple more and I can get the thing.
The Hector's lost. The Gauntlet M2s are all destroyed.
Oh.
It seems the cause is the new walking machines dropped by the enemy. Command headquarters.
And I guess at least half of it is that most of the losses that occur during the story, because I still don't know if this is like the audio is good for you guys, but like they just said that the line of 30 Velgata M2s was completely destroyed by these guys, which on one hand it could be that, all right, they're weak, ineffective, not the best. I hope that goes where I was pointing. We're going to use this thing now. This probably isn't going to end well. I'm probably going to get whittled down by artillery, but you know what? It's fun. It's a bigger, stompier mech for a more civilized age. I need to touch grass, touch sand, need to go to the ocean, touch the sea, to go in there. Caleb, like, big mood. Just keep punching them in the face. The funny thing is, Hector's specifically, aside from that combo, which is fantastic, they're short, compared to this thing, they're short enough that they are hard to hit. Oh, got him on the uppercut. From what I've heard, I wasn't able to make the one time I saw a friend streaming robotic chemic drive, but I've heard that like the combo systems and controls are pretty similar, but you have the benefit of actually being in the mech and not on the foot. Yeah, I played it and I really wanted to see it, but it was one of those nights of like, all right, I'm going to do this thing. I have plans. Like, hey, you want to go out and do like an actual, and like go to this event? Okay, I wanted to stay home and watch a stream, but that does seem really fun, and it's kind of hard to, and it's like the same thing of it's hard to justify, essentially, I want to stay in and watch TV. Having an RC car in your game, but RC's a mech, also destroyed bakeries. I remember hearing that was a problem. Okay, never mind of this being whittled down by artillery fire. I am invincible. Oh, I will never die.
We have information regarding the new walking machine. It seems it can deploy a shield screen somehow.
Oh, this feels less like Gundam, more like Pacific Rim.
Attacks by the Degalta M2 and air raids were both warded off. Hectors were protected by
I
the
think
shield
that
screen, and it turned
it's on higher difficulty levels, but the guns on this thing's hips. There are versions where those actually work. We have more information regarding the washing machine. We have more information regarding the walking machine. But if ally chatter is low or like the game's low, feel free to let me know and I will bump it up. EDF as a tech standpoint is kind of funny. You see, because gameplay is all we got, and from that standpoint, despite canon losses, they're utterly absurd. These guys' guns make 40k seem restrained. Yeah. The problem with EDF is that all of their stuff. I'm going to want something smaller than a bomb.
Raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
Actually, I'm thinking the play might be the tank again.
Choose loadout.
And then I want that.
Select a mission.
I think the problem is that from a canon standpoint, the EDF is supposed to be equipped with easy level difficulty, health, armor, and weapons, facing Inferno difficulty enemies. At least that's what makes sense. But the other weird thing is the higher you get up in difficulty, the more the higher you get in difficulty, the better their gear and health and general competence is, to the point where on some levels you can kind of just track or stand behind and hide while the EDF grunts just actually do their job. And the problem is that it's hard to see, like, when... Okay, in terms of EDF, these guys are... Fencers are just orcs. Okay, yeah, the tank was the way to go with this. Just roll on up and blow them up. Should not have paused there.
Fencers, get close to them and take them down.
But it's like hard to see what point they're supposed to be like upping their weaponry, what point they're supposed to be upgraded, like what tech do they have, do we have that they for whatever reason don't? It's an absolute hot mess, and I think it's even things like rifle clips are absurd. And, yeah, like the basic gun is, it's called an assault rifle, but it has 120 shots in it. It's much more akin to a light machine gun. VF6 canonized, the Store 1 has higher tech guns due to time shenanigans. Yeah, which I wonder how, I don't even know how that works, because like the guy you're time traveling with flat out says, I have to memorize it all, I can't bring anything back. Did anyone see what hit me? Was that the Hector or the bombing raid? I think I just got flung. No, the Blazers cannon 5 because Sarge has it. Thank you so much for the clip. Because I have a couple clips like stored on my PS5 of similar shit happening to me when playing 6. Because this is just, I think that really encapsulates what you're supposed to be looking at when you go into this game. It's supposed to be like the Godzilla, or like the Godzilla, hey, they all had all of this stuff, only tried this, and it didn't work once, but why didn't they do all of this stuff that makes perfect sense IRL, but isn't the point of the B-movie, or is completely outside the budget of what they can show, so it never happens. It's very much of like, yes, they have all of this, but largely speaking, a lot of it's just for the gameplay benefit of not frustrating the player. And oh god, am I going to be flung again? And the like, but it's also very funny. Yep, we're getting kicked again. Wait, we're...
Ravager's projectiles can pass through their shield screens. So the screens can distinguish friendly attacks from enemy
So
attacks.
that's not going to work.
Their technology is so advanced.
We tried. Got equipped and the answer seems to be Hector cannon flipped out and launched you. Hard to hear what you're saying though. Alright, in that case, I'll drop the game audio a little bit. Thanks for the head slaps. I'm not sure if that's going to right the tank, but everything is appreciated here. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, couldn't hear you over clip audio. Right, yeah, I often have to, whenever I make clips, I usually end up muting either the clip tab, because I know, like, visually what's happening, or end up muting the stream to hear the clip better. I feel a bit bad, but, like, clips are like that. It happens, and, like, the sheer value of a single clip is so much. Oh, get back here! If there's a Discord, yeah, it's Eldritch Clips of Bread, and if not, you can just put it in the chat. It's one of those things. It's one of those things that, like, I don't mind. Oh yeah, the Discord. But yeah, no, I have a couple. I have a couple clips stored on just locally, and I'm thinking right now, given how much time has happened, that the goal of the stream might be to clear 4.1 with everyone, not 5, because I'm thinking the amount of time we've been going at 3 hours almost for Air Raider, and I don't think we're at level 20 yet out of like 80 something. But I got a couple of clips when, oh, would you stop moving and let me shoot you? God damn, so inconsiderate. They just keep on going. Like, you're already covering the Hectors. Stop and get a bigger shield. It happened again. It just... Tanks are good against shield bearers, but not against this. There we go. But yeah, there's a couple of things of where I had launched with a sniper rifle a frog's head across the map and almost hit myself with it, and also got similarly flung. His EDF-6 are... Oh yeah. Fortunately, I wasn't... When I made this bet, I forgot 6 was coming out, and then I made it, and like, the week after, I'm like, yeah, Earth Defense Force 6, it's coming out soon. Like, oh shoot, that's close. I am not wrapping that into the bet, because that would kill me. But 5 is like 80 something missions long. I know that when I calculated it out, it was like 20 more, and contributed more to the 800 total missions. I'll have to make meatballs and potatoes. How many Earths has we defended? We're making good progress on the first one. We'll see if we're able to do a second... Actually, that's a legit question. Because the goal of the stream is to defend 2 Earths, because 5 and 6 is a continuity reboot. And this is like the continuation of the classic series. So we'll see. But how are the meatballs and potatoes? That sounds really good. It's almost as bad as a Mass Effect Mako. I'm not even sure if we can get close to that. Because I remember from everything I've seen, Mass Effect Mako, absolutely awful. Shining strong.
Choose loadout.
I'm gonna keep with the tank, but here's my thought.
Choose loadout.
We're going to stick in the tank the entire time.
Weapons and 1 vehicle.
No, wait, not the ZE gun. We'll stick with the Zerg. Damage per shot. Now we'll go with the ZE gun, but then a
2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
heavy bunker on spot collision detecting. I love how they're complaining about the shield. Oh wait, no, the bunkers are obviously made from reverse engineering shield bearers because they do the same thing. Allies force field reducing damage, power assists, gun, allied fire equipment, carries out plasma battery, life. Vehicle sync. Not tac. All right, not the Mako. We'll go for the power post. We are buffing the hell out of this tank and going through Mass Effect, but goodness for Max. Yeah, there were... I feel like that was at a point where it was perfectly okay for you to have, like, hot nonsense with, like, oh yeah, we do a couple on-foot missions, then we do things like this, a vehicle missions, a rail shooter, like, all sorts of things simply because it's like, yeah, we need variety. Like, everything's a lot more arcadey. Alright, now we put this on. We stack these ZE guns on forward positions. Oh, they don't do power or target acquisitions. They just... Alright. The murder wagons go. Meatball delicious. Oh god, that sounds so good. That... My plan for lunch and dinner through all this is just casserole. Is a massive casserole I made beforehand. And like, I'm looking forward to that, but there's something with a sheer amount of gravy. Ah, dang it! I ran out of ammo on the guns. I shouldn't have popped them until I was closer. Fortunately, we still have the power post. We have... Spoke too soon. This was not a very well-considered plan. We get another. Survive! And replayed ME1 purely because of the Mako. Ugh. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's all... Sometimes those gimmick levels are like nice and fun and well designed. Sometimes they're not. Worth it. I probably should have only used one, but you know what? Worth it. Thankful they have the Genesis comic. I can't tell. Is the Genesis comic like they made fun of how awful the Mako was? Or they're just like, hey, here's a plot summary of what happened in one, so you don't have to play through Mako missions. I would believe both. Like, both are equally valuable. Either just a little dev saying, yeah, we know, we apologize, there's a reason we don't have that in 3. Alright. Get off me! Or, oh, good. Trying to get people in getting people in Mass Effect. Tell them okay to watch a playthrough of one instead of playing. Yeah, no, there is several that... I mean, hell, part of the reason I'm streaming is literally that of, hey, you want to see and get into these old games? They're rough. I at least have muscle memory for them and know a lot of their quirks. But, like, on this channel, we encourage people to look at walkthroughs, look at playthroughs, cheese and skip bits they don't want to do. Let's you make the major decisions from ME. Oh, that's actually really cool. That you can make the decisions and then never had that much issue with Mako. Weirdly, I think it was, well, yes, but you can also control the bikes in EDF 5. So I'm just assuming you're some sort of wizard. All right, we're going to we're gonna put in the Olympic gun again. All right, what's the next one? Into the depths. So the Zergun stays. And back to the depth crawler.
Select a mission. Select a difficulty.
Depth trap. Alright.
Deploying.
Also had some people say weapons shooting is horrible in 1 too. Wasn't the problem with I remember the shooting being strange in 1, mostly because it's oh, there's only 2. Mostly because it's you much more overheat based. Like I remember that oh, down the hole. 3, it used like a much more traditional ammo system, but 1 was all it was like Star Wars blaster style, and honestly kind of better for it. And then there was a conversation like 3 of complaining like, yeah, with Thermo Eclipse like basically reintroducing limited ammo, we really went a step backwards with all of this. So I thought it was fine in 2 and 3. Compared to Modern's game, that part isn't good. Yeah, but modern games, like, full honesty, what Helldivers put forward with gunplay, I'm like, why wasn't this in Call of Duty years ago? There is no reason for this to be limited to just be made now. It feels so much better. Maybe it's my memory sucks, but fine in 2 and 3. Anyone shooting a bit RPG first and guns working out overheat. Anything that had they fully didn't have headshots? Also, here's my favorite thing about playing underground missions. The clog. It ends up being a hold the line sort of defense thing because all of the enemies end up clogging the way forward with their corpses. And you have to wait for them to despawn, or just push back the clog and keep adding to it, and it actually ends up like some sort of demented, gross defensive wall of flesh. But yeah, no, headshots, I can see it for a certain age. Like, I wouldn't expect Doom or any game trying to implement it to have headshots, because that's older than they had the technology to do specific hurt boxes for it. But like after a certain point, every game should have Fallout level called shots of like, yeah, you can disable an enemy's arm, you can fire at their legs to slow them down, you can deal a headshot for much more damage. Even if you deal enough damage to a body, that does something. Like, there's a point where we have the technology that we can add more game features as standard. We don't have to just keep on hitting open world. That's a whole other rant. Conrad Werner, of all people, comments on thermal clips. Fine, give me he's a massive idiot. But, okay, that's a bit funnier. Because it's like, okay, here's an idiot's opinion. But he's kind of right. Okay, which way? We're going to link up with these guys first, because I think they might need the help. And I also, this is kind of one of those things of the best way to deal with a massive agglomeration of enemies is you pick a direction, you fight through it as hard as you can to get, not necessarily wipe them all out, but to get all of the enemies on one side, because that's so much easier to deal with. Oh. Oh shoot, I'm out of Gatling shots. Bert, you. Always thought of ME1 best in terms of story, worse in combat. I can see that, especially for BioWare, like with their RPGs, of it being story first. Because my hot take on BioWare RPGs, and I will admit that if you like them, that this is perfectly a hot take and just a me issue. There are some things that I just don't like and have no other explanation beyond, not for me, something about my brain. But my hot take is that if you've played one BioWare RPG, like Mass Effect, Knights of the Old Republic, Dragon Age, you've played them all. The only difference is combat, and that's minor in terms of every other story for how you interact with the game world. They're exactly the same. I'm gonna wait for a second while this reloads. ME3 is definitely best in terms of combat, and 2 is perfection. Yeah, but a little case of the game in between is the one everyone likes. Sometimes it happens. Werner's the funniest gag in 3 because if you do a bunch of random unrelated side quests, he's able to give him minor war asset boost, because it turns out when Shepard sarcastically knows about dark energy stuff from super weapon being built, is like, oh yeah, I have a degree on that and my dissertation was on it. See, Mass Effect and Dragon Age are very different. Yes, in terms of but the things they're different in are plot, which every game, even sequels, should be different in that term, and specific mechanics for combat. In terms of story, it's talk to people. You have a button and an option to be an asshole. At some point, you're going to be given some sort of big moral choice that boils down to, if I make a deal with this person will be unhappy. If I make a deal with this person, these people will be unhappy. Also, the odds of something that looks like the obvious moral choice biting you in the ass later, and the selfish amoral choice being the morally correct option, is probably going to happen, because that's just the year those games were made. Fallen and Skyrim are not. Oh, you mean, yeah, gameplay flow. But no, like, Fallout and Skyrim, almost identical to the point where, also because they use the same engine, you can just mod them into each other. It's hilarious. Love to see it. Oh, Ranger Fox. Oh, Ranger, thank you so much for following. Hope you're having a good day and welcome in. We're just doing stuff. Yeah, it's kind of just like my big thing with BioWare RPGs is that the RPG section of it follows a very similar flow, and it's just combat that I'm into. They're all vastly different from Baten Kaitos. I've been meaning to look up, what is Baten Kaitos? I feel familiar, like that's familiar, but I can't remember what it is or how it's different in a meaningful way. There's the Fable series. Look, the most I know about Fable series is that, oh, JRPG with card battle system. Interesting. Most I know about Fable series is that It is A, one of the few fantasy settings to admit that if plate armor exists, then early firearms should also exist, because IRL, those were in similar time periods. And that, you know, there's a place for gunpowder weapons in fantasy, period. It kind of annoys me because I do like those old, or like flintlock guns and the like, and that style of weaponry, but I understand why, because the moment you introduce flintlocks into anything, especially with player choice and customization, like D&D, then you're moving the aesthetic of the world out of high fantasy medieval and into like Age of Exploration pirate swashbuckling stuff. Like, it's more likely you're going to get someone with that aesthetic, and it might cause a disconnect with the world. Beat alien gods the power of a 105mm howitzer and AC-130. Hey, God hides in his heavens because he is afraid of what he has created. And the EDF is there to make sure that they are very clear on why. Also, can't believe how much I was sleeping on Depth Crawler. Like, this is actually fantastic. I have... Air Raider is one of my, at first, least played and least favorite class because vehicles and mechs and the like get a bit weird. But now that I'm, like, giving it some experimentation and doing what I should do with all classes of just, I don't know how this plays. It sounds bad on paper. I'm gonna give it a try. And finding, oh shoot, this is a fantastic. Then it's a lot better. Actually having a discussion about evil choices in RPG because they constantly end up only picked by a minority of player base. Thought it was always... okay, I'm actually going to take this ad break. And also just respond to that. Be back in a bit.
And now we come to the thrilling final episode of our radio drama.
Bring up the boys, man. Tell them meet me at Pine Creek Forks. Flying B payroll's been robbed. Pete Belden's been kidnapped. Tell the boys to ride.
Where art thou, buddy? Where's the Flying B payroll?
Close enough. Back. Did shove a fistful of snack nuts in my mouth beforehand, so that was a dumb idea. Let me know if it's all too sensitive in picking that up. Renegade for life. That makes sense, Char. Yeah, I feel like evil choices in RPGs are... It's like nobody really wants to do that because there's a design philosophy of... Yes, you have freedom of choice to do all of this stuff. However, you also have... We are also giving you freedom to accept the consequences of acting like a massive jerk. And those are less pleasant than you might believe. I might need to get up on that second level. So like, it's just a case of I'm fine with it. Like, it makes sense, and I'm also one of those people who the last achievement I have to get on many things is play through this game evilly. Wait, why am I following the path up? I do not have to obey the laws of gravity, and granted, I don't know what the controls are doing, what hot nonsense they're trying, but that is not a problem for me. It's a massive problem for me. Let's say Air Raider is my favorite EDF class. Love calling in airstrikes, RD barrages, orbital layer. The mechs are being a lot of fun, especially learning that a lot of the problems I had with them were like legit drawbacks of, yeah, no, this one fires and moves slowly because it's weighed down by all the artillery on it. And then if you go to the non-heavy version, you have a lot easier time at everything. It is like a little bit of experimentation that I didn't do before. But yeah, that does make sense from what I know of your theming as a tactical VTuber, which also absolutely love that design. Only exceptions is funny. Yeah, for sure. For sure. If something from an evil run is funny, I think there's a couple of things that I always do that are like the evil actions, but are so hilarious that I can't help but not. Like, yeah. It's just a case of whether or not... Alright, we're just going to prep that for when we inevitably need it. Yeah, it's one thing if it's just like funny through just, and that's just the evil bullet one. Like, I think, and I swear I'm not trying to just always share the negative opinion of it, but I think there's like an evil action of like some point in Baldur's Gate 3, you have the option of kicking Astarion in the dick, which is just, it's not funny inherently because it's a character I don't like getting kneed in the groin. It's funny because I will admit that his voice acting is absolutely on point and has the best reaction to it. Oh, and firing the massive cannon with him, at him. Crawler can jump. Yeah, it can jump. It's not good though, but it's more of a way to de-stick yourself from a wall when you realize that you've made a horrible mistake and have no idea how to get out of there. Also, at this point, I'm just going to farm to grab some of these boxes. That's going to be awkward. And someone try and go, you lose out stuff from the good route. Like, the only thing you lost out was a Minthra, and now you don't. Yeah, like all the rewards are either equivalent or not that good. Like the whole thing with BioShock, like yeah, you technically get more Adam on an evil playthrough where you harvest all the little sisters. Except the way to maximize the Adam you get in a playthrough is to mix harvesting and saving them, because the gifts that they give you have more Adam than you'd miss out on. Like it's, yeah. So interesting, the evil RPG based around evil stuff, tyranny, also failed to meet expectations. Yeah, that's Moon. Choose the good guy route. Feel too, yeah, like another thing. I'm playing this to relax. I don't want to feel bad for playing a video game. I would much rather just kind of chill and be like, yeah, no, I'm making a good difference. This is a good feeling. I'll go for the Vilgata D. Go on. Yeah, unless punching the reporter. Like, you have to punch the reporter. That's step one in how to save the galaxy. Punch the reporter. That might have been a bit close. But you know what? Danger close is implied by... Wait. Why? Oops. Wait. No, it's emote. Sad. Ah, dang it. There's certain emotes that the Air Raiders backpack will respond to. And I forget what they are, because I'd never use the communication menu. Oh, right, this one. I couldn't have brought the Blom for it because they're all already spawned in. Could have brought the better one. Could probably brought something bigger. Or maybe this is a good one for the tank? No, the railgun. That's what it would be. Yeah, well, get 3 hits of Point of Absurdity in the first evil route choice to get the evil followers costs you at least 3 different followers, potentially 4, and a plethora of side quests. Wow. That... So it's just like, okay, you want to be evil? Too bad. Maybe that... Because I thought... Now, which follower is the evil one? Sure, you, Anderson punching the news reporter is imperative to stopping the Reapers. Trust the process, Anderson. Trust the process. I think that was like one of the few renegade choices that I made during that playthrough of just... I might have bumped the button, but it was so hilarious that when I realized I completely fucked up my entire run and restarted, I did it again anyway. That's right, if I ever put data validation in a database shell for a data pull I'm doing, please punch me in the throat. Will do. Will do, because that's not the worst thing I've ever heard being put in a database, but I've told you about the time I found recursive SQL. And the fact that it actually seemed like it was relevant and worked well. Like, the problem wasn't in that. But if you ever do that, I will yell at you. Oh, Minthara. Yeah, just screw over the tieflings to get her doing that. Costs you Will and Karlach automatically. You can lose Gale without a skill check and can no longer recruit health. I was going to say, I'm like, wait, which one of the companions is it? Because I've seen so much of all of them, I think I know what all it is, and Astarion's introduction can't possibly cost everyone. Like, oh, of course, it's the one that I've never heard about, because nobody recruits her. That's hilarious. Like, I legit have not heard of this companion until this moment. Thought it just cost you out. Yeah, that one makes sense because from what I remember, Baldur's Gate is one of those games where I know the openings so well that I think that's kind of between that and just a bad run of luck of, well, I can either get this new game I'm excited for or Baldur's Gate 3, or, well, can't afford a game. Can't not justify getting a new game right now. I've just never got it. But I've seen the intro so much that like I kind of know this tricks and stuff to the start. I'm pretty sure that Halzin's like has to be a casualty and all that. In fact, the only renegade option I did was sabotaging and backstabbing the criminals that were after Garrus in the Archangel mission, kicking a dude out a window, playing Paragon Shepherd and doing renegade in between makes him look like a complete psych. Yes, it's Bethesda neutrality, where instead of actually having some responses and the like that makes you neutral, you're neutral by, oh shoot, I'm getting juggled, by doing the most out of pocket random shit of like going from, yes, I am a perfectly good Paragon doing the best to help and am God's goodest boy, to, well, I guess I'll punt this baby. Just because that's how you have to do neutrality when they don't let you have options that don't incur karma movement. And bonk. Back to work. Good luck. Thank you, Ranger, and thanks for popping in during work. I will be here literally all day. Oh, Will and Carlich automatically ditch you for it, and Will might directly fight you. Yeah. In case of 2, but Dark Urge is gonna lose 3 companions in 1. God. The way I fully recognize and like contextualize a Dark Urge playthrough is that like 100% Baldur's Gate 3 is a group of people sitting down and playing D&D. And like it's actually a pretty cool idea. Of the way I see it is that there's a max party size of 4, so that's how many players are there. And everyone has like a couple people have multiple characters because they're just really into role play and like doing the whole, well, he's nearby but not participating because I'm controlling the one that you have active in your party. But I am keeping track of like they're seeing what you're doing and they're forming an opinion. So you have all that and all the storylines crammed in. Dark Urge is 100% the character that, or the player that is controlling your player character is that guy. You know, the guy in D&D that nobody likes. The one who makes absolutely, at best, lawful stupid or chaotic stupid decisions. And the whole game is just, alright, I like everyone else in this campaign, just not them. And the DM said they'd talk to him afterwards, so let's just hope this blows over well, and their next character, if they die, is better. And your challenge is, how long can I keep going before I have to make a new character? Before absolutely everyone is sick of me. You go their evil choice route, Jaheira and Minsc automatically turn on you, and Will is also there. So you just can't win either way. I love that.
Select a difficulty. Deploying.
Just no matter what happens, you lose. Unless you are really quick with it. Okay, so we got... God, right. Alright, it's hard to tell, because sometimes they'll be like, you have to do certain ones in certain orders, like, that far one won't open up until you destroy this close one. But it seems like it's just a case of, not kind of do whatever, have fun. But one of the first things, the thing is that this is a very casual game when you're playing it on normal and difficulties. Once you start ramping it up, there's a lot of strategy that and considerations that are like, I didn't think about that, but I'm glad I noticed. And the first is that with the, like, one of the first things I noticed with this is that the transport ships all have their own escort around them for drones, that until you fire them first, they don't become hostile. The second thing is the moment you fire on a transport ship and deal any damage to it, any enemies that it spawned become hostile to you and learn your location. So, while it is fully possible to often get an angle on multiple ships at the same time and potentially sink them well before you have any enemies come by you and try to attack you for doing that, it's often more advantageous to deal with them one at a time, let whatever escort they have or whatever they spawned come over and try to fight you, and then deal with them. Or in some cases, on even harder difficulties, deal with... There's often going to be one or two types of enemies that can't spawn. Like, they don't have a spawner on the map and are just pre-rendered in there. Like, it might be, there's a couple red ants in a level where the only spawners are for black ants. Most commonly, it's that these gunships are just in the level beforehand, and they never spawn from anything aside from a mothership, if I remember right. And that can make it a whole lot easier. My thing is, if you do evil in Act 2 and also manage to lose out on Jaheira there, you can then lose out on Minsc in Act 3, because if you can't get him if you don't have Jaheira too. Nice. This conversation started because someone was complaining that Dragon Age was getting more sanitized and thus less mature. And I don't know, maybe BioWare looks now is like, I want to put in opinions to sell out SA victims or have brood mothers as a thing. Yeah, no, that is 100% a valid reason for a game company to not, like, put something in or be like, yes, it might look more sanitized, but here's the thing. EDF works well because at its core, it's a dumb arcade game. The type that you... Literally, the type you would get in a bargain bin for the PS2. Like, that is how the series started, as high-quality shovelware. And, like, that's not always a bad thing. Like, sometimes it's... Okay, we're going to try to hit, like, the gunships. Like, sometimes it's just fun to have something that doesn't require much thought, but has a lot of similar tropes and the like. Oh. Wrong one. I'm like, what the heck is... Why the heck is there a second crate? There should only... I just got in the one that dropped. And... But yeah, like there is... Oh, wonderful. The mothership is taking an active thing. Despite how much presence the Broodmother has, some bits of Dragon Age fandom for their idea of Darkspawn. Kinda forgot about it. Usually it's just, huh, looks weird. And killed it and moved on.
We're going in.
Not gonna lie, I actually love it when that happens. Of the whole... Is this important? Because if done well, that can add to a whole lot of storytelling. Of like, yeah, no, that thing that you didn't even... That thing that you thought was a huge deal, not actually that impressive. All of their cults and forces and the like around them, huge threat. Huge thing. But the actual... the actual enemy and figurehead, it's at this point to get to it, you might not even recognize it. Or like, yeah, no, here's something that was a huge deal to you starting out and is the driving force of the campaign. Not actually the big evil enemy that everyone thought. It's a lot more minor. Realize that 3-hour mark of what would be like a daytime stream. They're trying to keep up the chat for talking for this long. I took tomorrow out. I can just not have a voice. I think it's part of the usual dark fantasy habits of using sexual assault thing, and Dragon Age Orange has the this is what they do to capture wound, but never showed up again. Apparently BioWare has wanted to retcon it for 8. Yeah, that... I feel like in that case, it's like a little bit of Berserk thing of using SA as trauma and for shock value, rather than doing anything meaningful with like talking about it, and then realizing later down the road, like, oh, yeah, we kind of did that whole topic of disservice and had a really bad take in context of it that we don't want to keep using, so we can either distance ourselves from something we have no idea about and should not be talking about, or at least to stop enabling this kind of awful trope and cliche that... Because the thing is that there could be some instances where really any trope is used for a good impact, like has people reacting with horror and revulsion that should be there. And then there's some equipment. Kind of want the tank for this. No, the Gigantus. And yeah, let's go with that. It's weird too, because like happens in City Elf Origin 2, player gets kidnapped in Final 2, and feels more like I'd say the weird dark fantasy trope of so much, and I don't get why it's defaulted to. Honestly, my full thought as to why it's such a trope is half Berserk, because I know that got used for shock value and horror a lot, and like a quick, yeah, no, these people are evil and this whole thing is not good. But also like Game of Thrones to a degree, that it's just kind of through things that got popular. There it is. I knew there was a tunnel exit here. Like things that got popular and huge in that genre. Like that's the whole thing with what I was saying of how eventually a trope will be, no matter how well it was used the first time around, it will be used mindlessly and simply because it's a trope. Like for example, for just high fantasy in general, the elves and dwarves for Tolkien were originally had a lot more to them and behind them of just like with the elves, especially through the Silmarillion, expanded everything a lot, being about like, aside from a definite Christian allegory, a lot of like the decay of things over years of like, yeah, in the first age the elves were actively using something that most readers can identify as a spaceship, or we're doing all this massive things, but at this point they've regressed to a point where the only thing they want to do is frickin' leave. And the dwarves is like, yeah, no, all this greed and quests for self-glory ends up being self-destructive in its own right, with like Moria and the like, and like old grudges not being worth it. But now the elves and dwarves are just there because you freaking have to have them in a fantasy setting. I say Berserk is a reason, but apparently that actually spends a lot of time on the aftermath and shock. And yeah, but it could be just like, well, Berserk did it, and we want to emulate that, so we're going to stick it in without all the care behind it. I had a good example of a trope that a similar thing that happened to, of like of whereas something did, oh shoot, Crimson, I hate this one. What do we have that might be BMO 3? I think I'm going for the heavy cannon, actually.
Select a mission. Selected deploying.
But they... I also want to escape from not sticking out of memory because tone or things going there. Like, contrast to Cyber Sleuth, case living doll, dead person, case sticks out to people because Digimon rarely... Yeah, and it's like, are they handling it well? Is it new and fresh? Or did it just get kind of glossed over in the soup that is... I should probably have grabbed 2. Or in the soup that is like the trope, or that kind of space. Because I know it's happened time and time again where something got big and successful and happened to use a trope that it did talk about and use in a very much more sensible way of what... Oh, I know. Oh, dang it. Controller's dying. Like, one example I've always seen is, like, Astro Boy, where... actually, no, I don't remember enough to talk about it. I know it's an example, but I don't remember what of. Probably the whole, like... Yeah, no, he made a robot copy of his son and then ended up being the worst father to it possible because he was angry that it was not did not grow and act like a human son would. And then everything else down the line is just, yeah, no, robot kids. No, nothing else there, nothing to think of. But that is definitely a thing that happens to media. That tropes get flattened and things get mindlessly copied because it was a good idea once, but they aren't able to keep any of the nuance that made it hit and made it impactful. Hell, arguably that you get this similar problem with a better source of field of reference from modern games and movies. It's just, they're doing remakes over and over again. They're trying to find... Oh, Alchemist, thank you so much for following. I hope you're having a good time. We're just shooting bugs and ranting about media. Because from our armchairs, we know better. But it's like the Marvel movie, where they're trying to figure out, or Disney, where it's less about, can we make something that resonates with people, and can we tell a story, and more, all right, what's the formula for a blockbuster? What went well, and what did people like? All right, people liked episode 4 a lot. Let's do that again. Let's just kind of retell that entire story. And, they didn't like it. Well, obviously what went wrong was all of the new things we tried. So we're going to make the next one really safe. Bring back Palpatine as the main villain. That went over around the first time. This will definitely work. And why are people walking out of the theaters? I'm just going to... Okay, I'm going to call this in now. I want to have that refresh and re-up for the next wave, and oh my shoot, this is the most annoying thing to happen on this specific mission. There is an enemy way the frick out there for some reason that it got separated from the initial charge. Its AI bugged out and it never got off of that mountain. The absolute worst thing to happen in an EDF is for the enemy AI to... Oh, I hit him. Wild. That actually kind of helped me range in. Nice. Because Crimson is... This is a mission that appears in like in some form in every Earth Defense Force game. It would be iconic if it wasn't so hard. That they just throw at you on a kind of small amount of space, wave after wave of red ants that can grab you, throw you, ragdoll you, end you up in an entirely different place that does not help you at all, because they're all swarming you. They all know exactly where you're at. And this is where I want to use the Sprite Fall. The worst part is Ranger, where you don't really have the ability to deal with mass crowds as easily as Air Raider, or the ability to escape, like... Yeah, no, this is actually the hardest, now that I think about it, hardest on Ranger, because they don't have the crowd control capabilities of Air Raider, the ability to just leave like Wing Diver, or the sheer firepower to stand down a horde and break it. But I have had this so many time and time again where it's just a skittering, chittery mess of insects all over my screen because I wasn't able to break them down as well as I did. I got grabbed, and then it just devolved. Like, it's such a horde and so hard to deal with if you don't break it up beforehand. Ah, dang it. Because, not gonna lie, this is the first time where I've had, on the last phase, 2 enemies just not be on the beach. And the one mission that seems to get equivalent, oh yeah, 100%. And it's really just because of how much of a wall it is. Especially if you're playing through as Ranger, as I just did a massive fucking rant about. It's just a really good introduction of a new enemy type, forces you to deal with it, and also has a back and forth of, they're over here, they're over here, they're on the mountains. We'll swap this out for a regular Volgata. They move a lot faster. This one, no idea how it's gonna go. Might be great. Might be off.
Grindbusters have made impact.
Ooh. Oh, right. Well, they're actually able to shoot them down. If we time it well, you think we could get a whole stack of them? I do like how in this version of the game, or the story, I guess, that they're very much like, they're shown to be a lot better equipped like, I think 4.1 and by extension 2025, mostly because it's just straight up a sequel. Like, this is the second time Earth and humanity has gone through this nonsense. Oops. Has gone through all this nonsense, and they have a ton of Ravager tech that they were able to reverse engineer from last invasion. That you're like, they're actually able to shoot down these crafts, and it's not just up to desperate infantry maneuvers and all the like. Alright, I want to get like a good angle on this thing. I'm not... Right.
This is Fencer 1. We're attacking the transport ships. Back us up.
Right, this one is
attacking the transport ships.
staged. You have to deal with this ship first, then the other one. Yeah. Speaking of Crimson getting in like absolutely every single game, I think part of why I find 6 to be absolutely hilarious is that that's how the entire series has been. Like, I've described this game as being, well, the best way to play the first game is to play 4.1, because 4.1 is essentially an updated port of 2025, which acts like a sequel of 2017, but in many important ways is kind of like a remaster, but still in many ways does its own thing, has its own story. But 2017 is just kind of a remix of the original, and 5 is a remix of the sequel to the PS2 game. We keep delaying, so we get some stuff. Check corner shop open. Not getting riots last night, and still haven't gotten. Yeah, go get snacks and groceries, and hopefully everything is still open, and that your immediate area has been mostly untouched by those riots. Yeah, thanks for coming by for a bit, and good luck. Why is that exploded? I don't know. I may never know. Do I have an angle? God, I need to get a lot closer. And, like, I'm not sure I'm going to have the ammo to take it down in the mech suit. Rockets are helpful. Like, the best thing about Air Raider, I'll say it again, is that they are a Fencer on steroids.
What about the defense line?
Ooh.
Seems to have broken through.
And it's coming here now?
Come on.
Great.
Attention all units. Danger. Danger. A new species of giant creature is headed your way.
Yeah, this ain't good.
What's she talking about? What's going on? Just take out that transport. If it's on their side, shoot it. It's us or them. Simple as
It's on their side, shoot it. Good advice. Not quite. Problem with every single opening that they make, they also try to replenish any... Because there's a logic to these teleportation ships, that they don't drop anything if they're, like, specific limits reached. Is that Shaggy? That sounded like Shaggy.
listen, we're giant killers. This is what we do.
But there's an internal limit, and sometimes they won't even open up until you make a big enough dent. Oh, hey, it's not Godzilla. It's legally distinct Godzilla. But we should still run like it is Godzilla.
If we don't stop it here and now, more towns will pay the price. Soldiers, bring down that giant.
Hope this tracks. I should have used a coastal defense missile. Oh, no, this is working pretty good. Alright. I was half tempted to take the artillery version into here, but, like, I really like the mobility that this one has. It loses so much maneuverability with the artillery pieces.
We haven't got much yet. There's no
Yep.
other species like it in the record books. Intel first spotted it when they picked up new seismic readings out in the Pacific. When we started
Yep.
moving toward land, we
New
built a
seismic
defense
reading in
line
the
on
Pacific. That is 100%
Straight
Godzilla.
through, didn't even notice. From there, it went right for the city. So far, it looks
Turns
like
out no matter where you make a Godzilla, it goes straight towards Tokyo. It just knows.
That can't be true.
Oh, great. Atomic breath.
hitting it over and over, but no matter what we do, it just doesn't make a scratch.
Wait.
Anything possibly stand up to this much firepower?
Wait, I know what the funniest thing I can do to it is.
Walking away like nothing happened. I still don't believe it.
Because what you're supposed to do is every single EDF game has the same like story arc, where they find something massive, they call a massive Godzilla knockoff, they call it Urginus,
For reference, this creature is now
and
designated Urginus.
yep, there it is, and then they just spend several missions chasing it around, trying stuff before they get out. Walking Fortress Balam, Titanic Unloader Barga, or whatever. And that's what solves it. However, I already have the Balam unlocked. Because it's droppable.
Select a mission.
Oh, shoot.
Choose loadout. Air raiders can equip.
Gonna have to be that.
Choose loadout. Air raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
Cannon. Strafe plan. I feel like I could get this to put in work, but I'm also tempted to try the Y10 anti-impulse again, but in a better way.
Select
Alright.
mission. Select deploying.
Let's give this a try.
An elite unit is here!
This is transport unit. Preparing to drop. We'll be there soon.
Because I
Commander, give me orders.
don't have anything that can deal with them, but I'm just gonna kind of mine the approach around with these.
Your order has been delivered.
And just kind of hope that these things fly into them. Like, that's my entire plan. Just let the strobe lights of death strobe things to death. Probably actually working pretty well. Only problem is how they got a whole lot of them down, but thing is with the red ones that they move so fast. And it's a safe. Oh, hey. Actually, shoot, dang. Never mind that. That worked a lot better. I thought that this was going to be a slow and insidious cutting them down one shot at a time, but like, that's 2 down already. 3. We're doing great. Oh yeah, that's another thing with how does this game story make sense? We're dealing absolutely massive, devastating losses to the enemy at every point. How are they still able to act like absolutely nothing we did mattered? It's all with the whole line of quadruped fortresses. Like, yeah, we dealt with one, and there are missions to deal with a couple. But everything that we're dealing with, they're deploying in mass. Come on. Wait. Ah, it missed way too fast. I'm just grabbing some armor boxes before I get in and finish it. Because why not? Pretty much every bit of armor I get now is something later down the line that I do not have to worry about. It would be really funny, it'd be really hilarious. Wow. Oh, it's a ton of armor. Thank you. I know we didn't always see eye to eye because you're so high up in the sky, but that was really kind of you. 14. Let's see, what's the next
Select
one?
mission.
Brute force.
Choose loadout. Choose loadout. Air raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
I'm actually not entirely sure what the best thing to bring along is. 3600, 64, 48. Bombing plan. It's 900 for 10 shots. What's the direction of the throw to launch coordinated airstrike on the location of impact? Okay, so this is a smoke grenade. That might. That's single target. Circling sky, automatic cannon fire, so accurate. Oh, I haven't unlocked anything else from any other attack whale artillery. I'm actually gonna stick with that because this is like a massive. They all show up like this, and with a targeting laser. Oh shoot, I accidentally had the bomb. It's easier to target it? I'm just not sure I'd be able to get at them. With anything else, because they start very far away, and it's kind of hazardous. I should have started with a mech suit. Or bomb. Oh, right. They start with a bombing run. Specifically in case you do this like an idiot. Alright. Oh, good. They're grouped up now. Now we just have to wait for the giant punchy mech suit and punch things. It's a foolproof plan. M10. Hey, Danik. Never thought we'd use that thing. I love how them going out, sending out the Blom is either you have our strongest weapon, good luck, or God, finally got that stupid thing out of the way. And speaking of the TEM, that I do follow their like Twitter and Blue Sky accounts, and every so often they drop something like some sort of animation or the like that is absolutely hilarious. I think their latest one was something with like a duty cleared from Final Fantasy XIV with their character accidentally throwing a spear up and nailing themselves in the head. I highly recommend for cute artists. I stay in data pull hell, maybe a... Ooh, that's good, I assume. Is that my stay in data pull hell is over because I am done and figured it out and can be done with it all, or my stay in data pull hell is over because I've broken something and have been told to kindly GTFO. I've had both happen to me. Oh, nice! Bonk.
It'll be dangerous, but we have to move in.
50,000 HP, and it is...
Get as close to the shields as possible.
And it is barely going down. So this is why I wanted the Blom. Just because with a bunch of Hectors, it's so much easier to just show up and punch. Especially because this section is... It's a special type of hell when you're playing as literally any other class. Because you don't have vehicles to cover you. You don't have the ability to engage all of these things at once. You will get absolutely shredded to the point where one actually pretty solid strategy is to take cover behind everything else. And just kind of wait it out. Whew. This is... This kind of trivializes the mission. And the big problem is, can I get into here to deal... Yeah, but... Right, the air raid. You have to get this thing down before the air raid starts, or else it doesn't do shit. Fortunately, the Olympic Gun's Demolitions is pretty good for that. Ooh, got someone. Come on. One more. Yes. I think I'll actually gonna get it. Okay, the other problem. Main weakness of the Blom. Anything that can run over it. Right. God, what's a stomp? I know that there's a stomp attack. Oh, right. And the big problem is that as an air raider, your only recourse in like all of this is explosives. So basically you're just going to get whittled down by all these enemies. Yeah, but I'm thinking this was not the best solution. Although I am friendly fireproof, so... Wait. Wait. Get a sprite fall in the middle of that. Wait, no, this is perfect. All the flying drones are about fist height. Ah, this is great. And the best part is, I can just keep on firing regardless, because there is no ammunition. Let's try. Maybe? Man, I don't think they send in anything. That it's just we have to keep on doing whatever nonsense we can. Massive problem, though. Feedback. Like, I'm not entire. Oh, hectares. I'm gonna try to go over to deal with that. And try to blow these up, because like I can use this as cover, and worst case, get a new one. But the big thing is trying to thin out all these drones now that there's less. Bonk.
Artemis, under attack from flying drones.
Yeah, and like all the air support's getting hit, so definitely nothing else coming. I think I can count the amount of missions that give you like air support or cover on one hand. Alright. Oh. And break. I'll just keep on going through this because I don't know, on one hand I oh, there is another air raid. Wow. On one hand, sometimes the ad breaks are good times for me to like actually take a break to make sure that I can keep this going for as long as I can. On the other hand, it's like I'm gonna be streaming for 24 hours. Does it really matter if I'm going to if I take those breaks when I don't need them? Cha-cha, real smooth. I don't know. Good. Turn to punch. Hell yeah, welcome back, Pizza. We have found out that bringing a Balam to this thing, anything with massive amounts of giant robots is... Huh? Wait, no way. I didn't know that there's certain parts in the story where they describe all the stuff there. Raider camera 5.6 mate, right? It feels so big. It's amazing. But I actually didn't know that there was sections where you can lose air support and like anything you haven't already dropped in as an air raider. It's kind of wild. Like, also makes sense because it said that you're getting specific support from specific people. Ah, God, this is going to be
Air raiders can equip 2 weapons and 1 vehicle.
so annoying. Got support equipment and stationary. We're gonna get the Zare gun.
Choose loadout.
And back to the Depth Crawler 2.
Select a mission. Select a difficult. Deploying.
Because this is one that I actually haven't done. I actually have not done this mission, period. Like, I think I completely skipped over this when I was playing through, like, initial clear. Just because it's like, it's so annoying as Air Raider. Like, the Depth Crawler with its wild control scheme helps. Especially now that I know there's a spin-up time on the gun. Everything else around it is just kind of annoying. I have a feeling that we're going to be going through a lot of Depth Crawlers. Oh yeah, yeah, we just got enough for a new one. There we go. Oh, shoot. Wait. No! No, I'm like, perfect. I can just roll right into there. Forgot that air raiders, as part of the sheer amount of destruction they can cause, do not have a recovery. Like, they can roll regularly. It's just rangers only that can roll out of a knockdown state. Finally read Borderlands debut with 0%. Holy shit. I knew it looked bad, but 0%? I guess compared... I suppose what they were trying to do with the Borderlands movie is like... They're trying to pull edge runners of, here, let's get the people something new to get excited about or game with. We're gonna get a massive movie together, a whole lot of fun things. It's 100% gonna be great. And then it just kind of flopped because no one was as near as interested as they thought, entirely because the game sucked. So I mean, aside from the fact that the cast was... Oh, shoot. Huh. Turns out I can just press a button and get up on the ceiling. Love that for me. Like, the cast was weird. There was whole, like... Oh, why... Was it Angelina Jolie? Or whoever was playing, what's-her-face, Maya? Like, why is she so old? Why does Jack Black as Claptrap sound like that? Also, why is Jack Black in this film? I feel like usually she would have random bits of the game slot and something else. Like, why do you have Krieg without Maya? Yeah, like, I didn't even know Krieg was in there. Like, they're just kind of doing it. They're doing theme park version of it, of just people like this. Let's put this in there without thinking hard as to why they like this. I think I just keep on going down the tunnel. I have to go wait for my supervisor person to go through my 14 lines of code. Help. Ooh. There's no help. There's just good luck. Hopefully they don't find anything wrong with it. That they just look at it like, yeah, that's working. Looks good. Have fun. Let's just kind of keep hosing it down. This Cate Blanchett's Lilith. The Kevin Hart is rolling one of the few Yeah, so I can see it with, and I feel like a lot of actors are doing video game movies, like Chris Pratt and the like are doing it to prove that, hey, I have a range outside of my usual typecasting. You can totally give me a chance on this and I'll do good. Or like, hey, I want to break into voice acting. Let's give this a shot. And you'll see that I'm a good voice actor. There we go. Refresh. And all that. Apparently Blanchett's one's actually trying the film. She's just that I feel so bad for her now. Like, she's actually trying and giving a good presentation, but everything else about it and just the role and the like is just stopping that. Do not want to be on that ceiling. Just fire absolutely everything at the swarming mass. Do we care if it's accurate? No. Do we care if it hits? Doesn't matter, there's 2 more on their way if we do miss. It will be glorious. God dang bad stuff. Yeah, like I can see Kevin Hart at least like trying to show like, no, I'm a good actor, promise. I can do things beyond comic relief. Like, give me this role and I will do it right. But also, there's the whole, it's Kevin Hart. Spence is killing you. Yeah, hopefully it's, well, it's that many lines of code. You're going to be waiting a while. Unfortunate, but hopefully the code review goes good. And longer, if it does go well, then that's something else that, that's just another thing of proving to them, like, yeah, no, I know what I'm doing. But you can trust me with some stuff.
Response on this. I have a bad feeling. This party's not over yet.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir. Did you know? 8 years ago, one Storm Team member destroyed the mothership. Unfortunately, no one has seen him since that battle.
I love the whole.
Someday, I want to be a warrior.
I love the whole like metas, whatever, or like additional like world building of, yeah, there was a Storm Team member that single-handedly sunk the mothership 8 years ago during the events of 2017, the like original game. Like, no one knows where he is. I'm right here. It's just that between the strength of the legend and all that, you do not expect it. Or it'll just like disappear from the public eye entirely. Someone's even saying she is incapable of giving bad performance. Honestly, if she were younger, she'd be a solid choice for Lilith. It's just that it's a case that... The other thing is that, well, I suppose that there is an upper limit of what makeup and the like can do, and after a certain point of applying like prosthetics and makeup and trying to make her look younger, it just can't really, not really is a thing that can happen. Or at least without expending a lot more budget than they're prepared to and running the risk of looking weird. But it is just a weird thing because it takes the role from how you look at, from like what it is in the game to older, wiser, experienced. I bet this one knows shit. Moral of the story: reveal the contents of the USB drive, then fire Randy. Yeah. God, there's more to this? Man. The wonderful bit of, despite the fact that I have booked out 2 days to do all this, which, depending on how we're going, when we get down to the 12-hour mark, if I'm still going strong, I'll keep on going. But if it's like I have overestimated myself and am dead in the chair, then I'll just do 12 hours tomorrow. Yeah, right? It's either that one's short or we have been doing this for an hour. What the hell? I think I can jump. Yep. Jump down there to get there faster. Especially in 6. It's either multi-part because they're cramming multiple EDF 5 missions into one, or the context is changing, or this is the exact same as the mission was in EDF 5. Cool. By the way, want a roguelike break? I'm still doing okay. I was actually going to, after this mission, which then ran into the obvious problem, I was going to take like a 20 half-hour break for lunch, but god damn.
I should have got out of this mission when I had the chance.
Yeah, I agree with you, Random Ranger. I should have gotten out of this mission when I had the chance. Because I think this is why everyone hates cave missions. Because first of all, it's pretty dark. I cannot see any better than you guys can. Like, a little bit better, but the parts that are in complete darkness to you are also in complete darkness to me. And this is better with the depth crawler. Like, it shines up a lot better than most other classes. Because for most classes, your flashlight's on your weapon, so when you reload, you can see nothing ahead of you. Yeah, 5 of these fuck-ass explodey robots are here now. Those guys, yeah, it is amazing. Brenna, yeah. Thanks for asking and thinking. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, the exploders, I only wish that they did more damage to their own forces, because it's so funny to just be like, oh, there's a huge horde. I'll deal with this side. I'll go left. Everyone else can go right. And then, next thing I know, all my allies are dead, but so's the horde. And like, those were exploders. Those were explodey boys, weren't they? Scuttle. Scuttle before I get scuttled. Correct answer for like everything on EDF combat is run the fuck away. Sky has been orange for the past 5 minutes. Calm down. Wow. Just got shot out of my first depth crawler. Immediately get in a new one. I love this stupid spider tank.
Stormtrooper, you're as good as we expected.
Oh, finally. It's actually good for collecting shit, too. Haha. Okay, about level 6 stuff. There's going to be a point where, because of the stuff that I have equipped to my Air Raider, I know I'm going to need more. I'm going to be getting stuff because it seems like the max level anything is level 22 when like all my other classes have level 40 stuff. But I think I can still beat it.
Select a mission.
All right. But first things first, I'm going to put this controller on charge and go get lunch. I'll be back in... where's the timer? Check or text. I can... I don't know how to deal with that, so I'll just pin a message. We'll be back around 12:40 CST. Oh. And just pin that. Oh, perfect. Unpin after 30 minutes. Cool. Oh, see you in a bit. It's been fun so far.
Up the jitney, probably the Hicks gang. Bring your horse, they're headed for Pine Creek. Guess they're going through the camp. Hurry up and I'll meet you flanks. Where's the Flying B payroll?
This is the new hit of the week record. Our music jury, composed of Florence Sigfeld, Eddie Cantor, and Vincent Lopez, selects the outstanding dance hit of the hour for a hit of the week recording. This is the new hit of the week record. Our music jury, composed of Florence Sigfeld, Eddie Cantor, and Vincent Lopez, selects the outstanding dance hit of the hour for a hit of the week recording.